Chapter 490. Bang! With just one strike, Yun Zhongzi did not even have the time to scream before his body exploded into a cloud of blood mist, which made the immortals of the Clan of Enlightenment cry out in shock. Where is the goddess of golden spirit? I'm here. Destroy Yun Zhongzi's primordial spirit as a warning to others. Yes, Heavenly Emperor's decree. The goddess of golden spirit smiled cruelly. She had been suppressing endless anger and resentment towards the Chan sect. How could she let the people of the Chan sect go? The goddess of golden spirit was a terrifying figure of the second watershed of the Zenith Heaven realm. She was also one of the strongest immortals of the Chan sect. When she condensed the Zenith Heaven immortal art, she instantly restrained Yun Zhongzi's primordial spirit. How dare you, goddess of golden spirit, do you want to start a war between the Chan sect and the Chan sect? Tai Zhenren exclaimed with a trembling voice. If Yun Zhongzi was killed, not only would it be a slap to the face of the Clan of Enlightenment, it would also be a slap to the face of the heavenly primogenitor. If the 12 ancient golden immortals did not say anything, wouldn't the three realms laugh at the Clan of Enlightenment? Rumble. With perfected Tai as the leader, a total of 5 Daoyuo Jinxian soared into the sky, trying to protect Yun Zhongzi's primordial spirit. The immortals of the Chan sect even glared at the goddess of golden spirit. Unfortunately, before the immortals of the Chan sect could make a move, the immortals of the Chan sect stood in front of them. Countless ferocious demons quietly surrounded the Chan sect, their eyes flickering with ferocious killing intent. Obviously, everyone knew about the enmity between Yi Xian and the Chan sect. Everyone wanted to show off in front of Yi Xian. They were naturally happy to see the immortals of the Chan sect come to them. This way, they could also express their loyalty to Yi Xian. The world was austere and ferocious. The immortals of the Chan sect were besieged and immediately fell into a dilemma. This also made their faces pale. They did not expect Yi Xian to be so unscrupulous. He had just ascended to the position of Heavenly Emperor, and he began to target the Chan sect. Save me! Yun Zhongzi's primordial spirit let out a shrill scream. He had never thought that Yi Xian would be so terrifying. He was a terrifying figure in the second watershed of the Daoyuo realm, but his physical body was destroyed by a single strike from Yi Xian. This was simply beyond his imagination. At this moment, his primordial spirit was imprisoned in the hands of the goddess of golden spirit, and his soul could be destroyed at any time. This also made Yun Zhongzi cry for help, and regret rose in his heart. Die! The goddess of golden spirit smiled ferociously. She had a great enmity with Yun Zhongzi in the God Conferment War. Now that his primordial spirit had fallen into her hands, how could the goddess of golden spirit let him go? Amitabha. Suddenly, before the goddess of golden spirit could make a move, the sound of Buddha came from the sky. The merciful sound of Buddha shook the world, and a 9th-grade golden lotus crossed the sky. Junior sister, where it's possible to let people off, one should spare them. Why don't you give senior brother face and let him off? The Buddha's light filled the sky, the golden lotus filled the sky, and the sound of Buddha's chanting filled the sky. Duobao Rulai sat cross-legged on the 9th-grade golden lotus and was persuading the goddess of golden spirit in the sky. Old thief Duobao. Looking at Duobao Rulai in the sky, the goddess of golden spirit's eyes were bloodshot, and her silver teeth were about to shatter. Obviously, her anger and resentment toward Duobao Rulai had been accumulating for endless time. Junior sister, although I have joined the Buddhist sect, I have never forgotten Master's kindness. Today, I will give Yun Zhongzi face and let him go. When Duobao Rulai stretched out his palm, the space and time in this area were distorted. The terrifying cultivation of the third watershed of the Daoyuo realm was extremely shocking, and he directly rescued Yun Zhongzi's primordial spirit from the goddess of golden spirit. You evil demons, why aren't you retreating? Suddenly, Duobao Rulai showed his Vajradharma form with glaring eyes. The demon-rinsing Buddha's voice was spewing out, and it also made the faces of the evil demons turn pale, and their bodies trembled unconsciously. The Lord of Spirited Mountain, Gautama Buddha, a terrifying figure of the third watershed of the Daluo realm. Before the sage-to-be appeared, Duobao Rolai could be said to be one of the strongest people in the world. How could the demons not be afraid of him? Duobao Rolai, I'll kill you. The goddess of golden spirit roared, and an immortal sword pierced through the sky. However, with the sound of metal clashing, the spiritual sword that cut through the void quietly fell, and it did not cause any harm to Duobao Rolai at all. Junior sister, so many years have passed, but your evil aura is still increasing. Duobao Rolai did not attack the goddess of golden spirit, but he gently advised her. Thank you for saving me, Buddha. Yun Zhongzi's primordial spirit bowed, glad that the Buddha had come to save his life. This also made him heave a sigh of relief and secretly rejoice. Ah! Suddenly, Yun Zhongzi's primordial spirit cried out in alarm. His primordial spirit instantly disappeared in the Buddha's palm, and when it reappeared, it was already detained by Yi Xian. Such a scene horrified the immortals, and it made the world fall silent. It also made Duobao Rolai's benevolent smile disappear, and he finally turned to look at Yi Xian. Amitabha. Duobao Rolai chanted the Buddha's name loudly, and the rumbling Buddha's voice reverberated in all directions. When the Buddha's Dharma eyes opened and closed, a vast power spread out, and it even caused the space and time of this world to slightly distort. Its terrifying power was simply indescribable. Yi Tiandi, today you ascended to the position of Celestial Emperor. It's a joyous occasion for the three realms. Why do you have to increase the killing and make things difficult for the immortals of Chan sect? Duobao Rolai chanted sutras and calmly looked at Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian sat high on the throne of the Celestial Emperor. He calmly looked at Duobao Rolai, and he could completely feel the terrifying aura around Duobao Rolai. Duobao, if I were you, I wouldn't get involved in this mess, Yi Xian said calmly. How dare you call the Buddha by his name? An arhat of Mount Numinous jumped out and directly reprimanded Yi Xian angrily. Obviously, the arrival of the Buddha had made Mount Numinous unable to endure, and this arhat was even more fearless as he reprimanded Yi Xian. Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous roar was heard, and an extremely terrifying scene suddenly appeared. It was unknown when the sky-devouring toad appeared behind the arhat. Its terrifying mouth opened and swallowed the arhat in one gulp. Crunch! Crunch! Blood foam spilled out as the arhat's bones and flesh were crushed. The sky-devouring toad's ferocious aura surged. As its throat swelled, it directly swallowed the arhat into its stomach. Only then did it open its mouth and laugh cruelly. How dare you disrespect the Celestial Emperor? You deserve to die. How dare you, evil creature! Such a scene completely aroused the monstrous anger of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of Mount Numinous. The sky-devouring light of Buddha soared into the sky, and the awe-inspiring Buddhist power bloomed as if it would kill the sky-devouring toad in the next moment. Rumble! Groups of demons danced wildly and ferocious demons roared. Countless Tongtian demons appeared behind the sky-devouring toad. They were all great masters of the evil and demonic paths who had defected to Yi Xian. The Blood King, the moon-devouring giant crocodile, the unruffled immortal, the demoness of 9 desires. All of them were in the realm of Daluo Jingxian. There were also many all-heaven demon kings roaring ferociously as they surrounded Mount Numinous of the west. If Duobao Rolai was here in the past, these great demons would have already fled. They wouldn't dare to do such a crazy thing. But now, Yi Xian was the master of the 3 realms, and they were all Yi Xian's subjects. They also had a towering tree to rely on. If they still cowered in the face of Duobao Rolai, wouldn't Yi Xian look down on them? Retreat! Suddenly, before the battle began, Duobao Rolai's face turned gloomy, but he still ordered the Mount Numinous lineage to retreat. Yi Xian smiled and waved at the great demons and immortals of the Jia sect, indicating that they didn't need to do so. Yi Tiandi, Mount Numinous of the West has no intention of becoming enemies with the Celestial Court, but your demons have killed my people. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Duo Bao Rolai said calmly. A mere Arhat dared to be disrespectful to me. So what if I killed him? What explanation do you want me to give you? Yi Xian said indifferently. One was the Buddha of Mount Numinous of the West, and the other was the Master of the Celestial Court, who was in charge of the three realms. When the two supreme figures spoke, the rest of the people were silent, watching the development of the situation. Chapter 491. The two supreme experts faced each other in the sky. Duo Bao Rolai sat cross-legged on the 9th-grade golden lotus, chanting Buddhist scriptures in a low voice. A round of Buddhist light rose behind him, making him look sacred and solemn. Yi Xian sat on the Heavenly Emperor's throne with a slightly lazy expression on his face. However, strands of the Heavenly Emperor's might were spreading out in all directions, causing people to feel a great sense of reverence when they looked at him. The Master of the Western Spiritual Mountain and the Master of the 33rd Celestial Court could be said to be a respected figure in the three realms. His every move could be said to be related to the safety of the three realms. If the two of them fought, there would definitely be a shocking change in the three realms. It would also symbolize that the relationship between the Spiritual Mountain and the Celestial Court would be completely broken. Amitabha. Suddenly, when the atmosphere between heaven and earth was extremely oppressive, Duo Bao Rolai finally dispersed the Buddhist light around him. Obviously, he did not want to fight with Yi Xian here. It was not that Duo Bao Rolai was afraid of Yi Xian. As a peak zenith heaven and the master of the spiritual mountain, how could he be afraid of Yi Xian, the new celestial emperor? However, if he really attacked Yi Xian, it would definitely cause a great disaster. This was not the result he wanted to see. Today, there is an Arhat in the spiritual mountain who disrespected the celestial emperor and deserves to be killed. I have nothing to say. However, Yun Zhongzi did not do anything wrong. He is a disciple of a saint. Yi Tiandi, please release his primordial spirit, said Duo Bao Rolai. Yun Zhongzi was an extremely important figure among the disciples of the Chan sect. Duo Bao Rolai came here today to see Yi Tiandi and was afraid that Yi Xian would attack the Chan sect. I am a disciple of a saint. Even the celestial emperor can't kneel. I hope the celestial emperor can understand. Although Yun Zhongzi's body had collapsed without a trace and only his primordial spirit was left, he still spoke to Yi Xian in a neither arrogant nor humble manner. It was obvious that as a disciple of a saint, he had his own pride. If he really admitted defeat to Yi Xian, it would be a loss of face for the Chan school. Yi Tiandi, please release Yun Zhongzi's primordial spirit. Duo Bao Rolai said solemnly. When he opened and closed his eyes, there was a faint threat. It was as if he was telling Yi Xian that he was only an elementary heavenly emperor. If he did not give the spiritual mountain and Chan school face, his position as the heavenly emperor would not be stable. At this moment, all the orthodoxies remained silent, while the immortals and demons were waiting to see what would happen. However, the immortals and demons of the Jia sect had their eyes fixed on Yi Xian. They had no idea if Yi Xian would compromise and release Yun Zhongzi's nascent divinity. In fact, even though Yi Xian had released Yun Zhongzi's primordial spirit, the immortals of the Jia sect and the ferocious devils could understand. After all, Duo Bao Rolai and the immortals of the Chan sect were here. These two orthodoxies were created by the sages. Yi Xian had just ascended to the position of celestial emperor, so it was better not to offend these two orthodoxies. Duo Bao, you're just the lord of spiritual mountain. How dare you order me around? Do you think this is the spiritual mountain of the West? All of a sudden, Yi Xian spoke sinisterly. He did not give Duo Bao Rolai any face at all. What happened next happened so quickly that the orthodoxies could not react in time. It also caused the immortals to gasp. I'm the supreme ruler of the three realms, the lord of all spirits. Yun Zhongzi has committed the crime of defying the heavens by being disrespectful to me. His only fate is death. Bang! No. Yi Xian was calm and indifferent, but his palm was glowing. An extremely terrifying force attacked Yun Zhongzi's primordial spirit. In an instant, Yun Zhongzi's primordial spirit was crushed in his hand, and a shrill scream was heard from Yun Zhongzi's primordial spirit. Silence, silence, dead silence. When Yi Xian released the golden light of the primordial spirit in his hand, an extremely violent atmosphere rose between heaven and earth. Duobao Rulai's benevolent face was no longer there. His face was slightly distorted, and he looked at Yi Xian with an uncontrollable killing intent. How dare you? Yi Xian dared to kill someone right in front of Duobao Rulai. This was simply not taking him, the master of the Western Holy Mountain, seriously. This was also a great humiliation to him. When the Buddha was angry, the world would be overturned. This was definitely not just a saying. It was an extremely terrifying thing. Boundless Buddha's light shrouded the sky and covered the earth. Surging immortal light swept through the mountains and rivers. Duobao Rulai's Vajradharma form appeared with glaring eyes. The Buddha's golden alms bowl condensed, and the Buddha's light that filled the sky howled endlessly like a heavenly river. Bang! 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 The firmament collapsed and recovered, and the void was annihilated. The ninth-grade golden lotus bloomed with boundless Buddha's light. Duobao Rulai suddenly stretched out his Buddha's palm, and the wind and clouds changed. A sky-covering Buddha's palm appeared and slammed toward Yi Xian with a mighty force that could suppress all things. Duobao Rulai was a terrifying figure in the third watershed of Daluo realm. In the three realms where Sage-to-be did not appear, he could be said to be one of the strongest people. When he attacked Yi Xian, the terrifying scene created was simply unimaginable. Duobao Rulai, let me have a taste of your techniques. Yi Xian sat high on the throne of the Celestial Emperor. His body did not move, but he also slapped out with his palm. The spacetime suddenly became chaotic, and the myriad heavenly music exploded in all directions. Wisps of mysterious fog reverberated in all directions, and turned into a giant palm that violently met Duobao Rulai. Rumble. The two supreme forces collided, and the terrifying and blazing light drowned Duobao Rulai and Yi Xian. Just the terrifying shockwaves that shot out were enough to make immortals and demons retreat. They were deeply afraid that their souls would be destroyed if they came into contact with even the slightest bit of it. The world collapsed, and the spiritual energy went berserk. Even the space-time of this world was in chaos. The Buddha's light was too blazing, and the celestial observation platform within 100,000 miles was instantly reduced to ashes, violent winds blew, and the chaotic energy of this world gradually stabilized. The turbulent laws of the world returned to normal, and the orthodoxies could once again see the scene in the firmament clearly. Above the firmament, in the void, Duobao Rulai sat cross-legged on the ninth-grade golden lotus with a golden alms bowl in his hand. The Buddha's light around him was dazzling, but it also carried a demon-subduing aura that had never been seen before. He was staring solemnly at Yi Xian. Yi Xian sat high on the Celestial Emperor's throne. He supported his chin with one arm and squinted his eyes slightly. He was also staring at Duobao Rulai, and a strange and sinister expression quietly curled up at the corner of his mouth. No one knew what had happened in that strike just now, nor did they know who had won or lost. Only Duobao Rulai and Yi Xian knew what had happened. Yi Xian, since you've ascended to the Celestial Emperor's throne, you should work for the well-being of all living beings in the three realms. However, not only did you kill Yun Zhongzi, but you also targeted my spirited mountain and the Chanism. Today, this humble monk will have to see just how capable you are. Duobao Rulai said angrily. Since he had already made a move against Yi Xian, he should directly suppress him. This way, Yi Xian would know that there was always someone better out there. When the two of them exchanged blows, Duobao Rolai could sense that Yi Xian was only at the third firmament of grand heavenly realm. However, his immortal energy was extremely domineering and filled with an indescribable destructive force. That was why he could resist his attack. However, to Duobao Rolai, even if Yi Xian's combat strength was heaven-defying and he had many secret techniques, his cultivation realm was still there. He was no match for Duobao Rolai. Chapter 492. Duobao Rolai was also very confident that he could suppress Yi Xian. At this time, Yi Xian didn't show any fear, and a hint of ridicule flashed in his eyes. He was just testing Duobao Rolai with that blow just now. He just wanted to see how big the gap was between him and Duobao Rolai. What made Yi Xian very relieved was that Duobao Rolai was indeed very terrifying, but not to the point where he could kill him. Yi Xian calculated his own combat strength. Although his cultivation wasn't as high as Duobao Rolai's, it was only 2 levels lower. He should be in an invincible position. Moreover, Yi Xian still had a great killing weapon in his hand, the heaven-punishing halberd in his sea of consciousness. With his terrifying physical body and the terrifying power of the heaven-punishing halberd, he should be able to seriously injure Duobao Rolai. As for whether he could kill him, Yi Xian wasn't sure. Rumble. Yi Xian's lazy expression disappeared. He got up from the heavenly emperor's throne, and his body bloomed with great firmament immortal light. An extremely terrifying power spread out in all directions. Tribulation Transcender Transformation. Rumble. The darkness was boundless, and the blood moon appeared. A wisp of fog fell from the sky, covering Yi Xian's figure. A blood-red crescent moon was engraved on Yi Xian's forehead, turning his 3,000 black strands blood-red. Buzz. When Yi Xian used the Tribulation Transcender transformation, his aura suddenly changed. The might that could shatter all things in the world bloomed in a terrifying manner. His eyes turned grey and deathly still, giving off a feeling of his soul being extinguished. Such a scene directly changed Duobao Rolai's expression, and even his body trembled slightly. He didn't expect that Yi Xian, who was just at the 3rd heavenly layer, would become so unpredictable in the blink of an eye. Even he couldn't see through Yi Xian's depth. The Tribulation Transcender transformation was a heaven-defying technique. As Yi Xian's cultivation became higher and higher, the power of the Tribulation Transcender transformation also became more and more terrifying. When Yi Xian stepped into the 3rd heavenly layer and displayed the Tribulation Transcender transformation, he had already crossed the 3rd watershed of the Great Firmament. Whether it was cultivation or combat strength, it was extremely heaven-defying. Duobao Rolai was no longer confident because Yi Xian in front of him gave him an extremely heavy feeling. His Buddha's heart that had never moved since ancient times was slightly trembling at this moment. What kind of technique is this? Duobao Rolai asked solemnly, and his eyes flashed with surprise and doubt. One had to know that Duobao Rolai was the eldest disciple of the Tongtian. He originally had great Taoist techniques, and after the Great Divine Investiture Tribulation, he switched to Western Buddhism. It could be said that he had great Taoist techniques, and his knowledge could be said to be at the top of the 3 realms. He was not inferior to a sage to be. But now, Duobao Rolai was bewildered because he couldn't see what technique Yi Xian was using. The aura released by Yi Xian didn't belong to the 3 realms at all. It was simply unimaginable. Duobao Rolai's expression changed, and he asked Yi Xian in horror, could it be, this is the legendary Chaos Divine technique? Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't answer his question. His blood-red hair danced in the sky, and the blood-red crystal hair was as terrifying as the long river of chaos. Even the surrounding space was collapsing inch by inch. Duobao, take this. Yi Xian muttered in a low voice. However, when he swung his fists, it was as if he was swinging the universe. That strand of fist light that could shatter the heavens and split the earth shattered the past and present, and even broke through the barrier of time and space as it smashed towards Duo Bao Rolai. The fist radiance illuminated the sky and shook the earth. This fist was too powerful and too dazzling. It was filled with Yi Xian's technique and Tao. The power contained in it terrified even Duo Bao Rolai. Amitabha. Duo Bao Rolai didn't dare to be careless. He put his palms together and chanted Buddha's name. 9 rays of Buddha's light rose and protected his body in the center. The golden alms bowl in his hand suddenly expanded and released a Buddha's light, ready to block Yi Xian's punch. Clang! There was a loud explosion as the golden light exploded. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the various orthodoxies, the Buddha's golden alms bowl cracked like a spider web. The alms bowl crumbled inch by inch and shattered into pieces amidst a deafening explosion. Bang! The 9th grade golden lotus under Duo Bao Rolai trembled. Yi Xian's punch was too terrifying. Not only was it mixed with the power of the tribulation transcender transformation, but it was also supported by the indestructible primordial spirit and the zenith immortal body. Even though Duo Bao Rolai was a terrifying figure of the third water dividing sandfly, he absolutely didn't dare to take Yi Xian's punch head-on. Buzz! Duo Bao Rolai retreated until he was 100,000 miles away from Yi Xian. Only then did his golden lotus stop in the void. However, he looked at Yi Xian with an extremely heavy expression. Strong, very strong, so strong that even he felt scared. This was Duo Bao Rolai's mood at this moment. At this moment. Above the sky, in the void. Yi Xian was dressed in a celestial emperor battle robe, and his blood-red hair hung behind his head. As the astral winds howled, his hair fluttered in the wind, and a domineering aura of a celestial emperor bloomed. Such a scene made the immortals of the Jia sect excited. Many of the great divine abilities of the 2 evil sects who had joined Yi Xian blushed. No one knew who shouted Yi Xian's name, but it immediately caused a tsunami of cheers. The celestial emperor is supreme. Hundreds responded with a single call, and hundreds responded with 1,000 chants. 1,000 chants produced 10,000 echoes. The earth-shattering sound reverberated in all directions, filled with madness and excitement. They couldn't be blamed for being so excited. The immortals of the Jia sect had been suppressed by the spirit mountain of the Chan sect ever since the Battle of the Gods. Today, Yi Xian had used the might of a celestial emperor to defeat the master of the spirit mountain, Duo Bao Rolai. This had established Yi Xian's reputation as the celestial emperor, and he would lead the immortals of the Jia sect to rise again in the 3 realms. The 10 great demon kings of the North Continent, the demon kings of the 72 caves of the Flower Fruit Mountain, the great divine abilities of the 2 evil sects, and countless great demon kings were roaring in excitement. They were demons, and even Zenith Heaven demons didn't dare to casually appear in the world. They were afraid that the Chan sect and the Spirit Mountain would kill them. Endless time had passed, and they could be said to have endured it to the extreme. When Yi Xian ascended to the position of Celestial Emperor, they rushed over from all directions in order to join Yi Xian's sect. From then on, they could truly walk the 3 realms without being hunted down by the various great orthodoxies. Now, even Duo Bao Rolai of the Spirit Mountain had been defeated by Yi Xian. This scene made the great divine abilities of the 2 evil sects extremely excited, because they knew that they had made the right choice by joining Yi Tiandi. Duo Bao, let me see how capable you are. Yi Xian stood in the sky with his hands behind his back. His entire body emitted a tyrannical might. When he stepped into the golden immortal realm, unless a quasi-sage personally came, Yi Xian wouldn't be afraid of anyone. Even if he, Duo Bao Rolai, was the master of Spirit Mountain, he wouldn't be an exception. Using strength to prove one's Tao meant that one was invincible in the same realm. Although Yi Xian had just stepped into the palace of using strength to prove one's Tao and his cultivation was only at the 3rd heavenly layer of Zenith Heaven, he was confident that he was invincible. If Duo Bao Rolai dared to fight him to the death, he wouldn't be afraid. Even if it meant exchanging injuries for injuries, he would use Heaven Fall to kill Duo Bao. Chapter 493. Yi Xian, you've gone too far. Duobao Rulai sat cross-legged on the golden lotus. His benevolent voice was no longer there, and his benevolent face was a little distorted. His hands were forming a Buddhist mantra as if he was performing some kind of Buddhist technique. The chanting of thousands of Buddhas came from the void as if he was going to attack Yi Xian in the next moment. Ha! Suddenly, before the two of them could attack again, an earth-shattering laughter was heard. It made Duobao Rulai's breath stop. He frowned and looked at the source of the laughter. Rumble. Time and space collapsed, and the void was annihilated. A golden light shadow came from the sky. The indestructible five-colored divine light swept across the heaven and earth, and a monstrous and ferocious aura slowly bloomed. Mahamayuri. The first peacock since the creation of the world. His five-colored divine light could destroy all kinds of spiritual treasures. He was an extremely terrifying existence below the sage-to-be. Even Duobao Rulai had to be wary of him. Old man Duobao, my brother Yi has ascended to the position of heavenly emperor today, but you're pestering him endlessly. Do you have no respect for me, Kong Xian? Kong Xian said domineeringly. The five-colored divine light exploded in the sky as he stared at Duobao Rulai fiercely. Duobao Rulai's expression changed drastically, and there was a hint of retreat in his eyes. It wasn't that Duobao Rulai was afraid of Kong Xian, but that Yi Xian had already made him feel an enormous amount of pressure. At this moment, Kong Xian was actually on Yi Xian's side. If the two of them joined forces to attack him, even if he wasn't in danger of dying, he would still have to flee. That would be a complete loss of face for the Western Buddha. Taoist Kong, I didn't keep my promise to you back then. Please don't blame me. Yi Xian cupped his hands as a greeting to Kong Xian. Ha! Kong Xian laughed out loud and said, Yi Dao Yu, there's no need to say more. You were just an all-heaven golden immortal back then, but I never thought that you would step into the zenith heaven 3,000 years later. Moreover, your cultivation has increased to such a terrifying level. I suppose you broke your promise because you were at the critical moment of your breakthrough. After Kong Xian finished speaking, he suddenly turned around and looked at Duobao Rulai. A cruel and fierce expression appeared on his face. Old man Duobao, will Yi Tiendi and I kill you here, or will you scram back to the Western Spirit Mountain yourself? Domineering and lawless, Kong Xian berated Duobao, not giving him any face at all. This also made Duobao Rulai's expression extremely gloomy. Extremely cold killing intent flashed through his eyes. Kong Xian, you are the Mahamayuri of the spiritual mountain. How dare you collude with the celestial court? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the two sages of the West? Duobao Rulai tried to put on a strong front. What a joke. Hearing Duobao Rulai's words, Kong Xian smiled contemptuously and said, Yi Tiendi is the master of the three realms, and all living things in the three realms have to obey his orders. Although I, Kong Xian, am the Mahamayuri of Buddhism, I still have to obey Yi Tiendi's orders. Is there a problem with that? Hiss. As soon as Kong Xian finished speaking, the sound of cold air being sucked in could be heard from all the orthodoxies. The 10 kings of hell looked at each other with a heavy expression. One should know that the two great mediums of the evil path who defected to Yi Xian were only at the level of Daluo Jingxian. The highest cultivation base among them was only at the second watershed of Daluo realm. However, Kong Xian was different. He was a terrifying figure who was revered as an ancestor. Now that even he was on Yi Xian's side, even Duobao Rulai would have to retreat if the two of them joined forces. The two of them were at the third watershed, and it was not as simple as 1 + 1. The power they possessed was unimaginable, and it would even make some true great mediums defect to Yi Xian. Could it be that Yi Tiendi really wanted to rule the three realms? The orthodoxies shuddered and had the same thought, especially the 10 kings of hell. They were in charge of the underworld, and they knew how terrifying the underworld's power was. If Yi Xian really wanted to rule the three realms, the underworld would definitely have to clash with Yi Xian. This was not an outcome that the 10 kings of hell wanted to see. However, they could see that Yi Xian was simply establishing his power. He was also telling them that since he, Yi Xian, had become the Celestial Emperor, he would not be as easy to bully as the Jade Emperor. Instead, he wanted to be the true ruler of the three realms. The 10 kings of hell turned pale and their minds were in turmoil. They could only return to the underworld and report today's matter to the ghost emperors of 5 directions. As for how the underworld would deal with the celestial court, it was not up to the 10 kings of hell to worry about. At this moment, the orthodoxies were in a heavy mood. In the sky, Kong Xian and Yi Xian stood side by side. Duo Bao Rolai's face was gloomy. He was in a dilemma and did not know what to do. Duo Bao Rolai was very depressed at this moment. He was really depressed. If he were to attack the two of them, he would definitely not be a match for them. In the end, he could only flee in defeat. However, if he were to turn around and leave, he would definitely be ridiculed by the three realms. Duo Bao Rolai did not know what to do. He was in a dilemma. Under the orders of the Nether River Patriarch, I present 3 blood god fruits to Yi Tiandi to rule the 3 realms. Rumble. Suddenly, the world was filled with blood light and blood chi. A blood river that spanned 10,000 miles rolled over. The blood light that covered the sky was extremely terrifying, and the cries of ghosts and gods could be heard from the blood river. Such a scene made the orthodoxies feel suffocated. An extreme sense of panic spread through everyone. This is, the unholy blood sea. Tai Zhenren stuttered. His entire body was trembling. As long as the blood sea does not dry up, the Nether River will not die. To think that even a quasi-saint like the Nether River Patriarch would come to congratulate Yi Xian on his ascension to the Heavenly Emperor's throne. Seems like Yi Xian's power is already set. Someone sighed. There was an indescribable sense of panic and helplessness in his voice. Rumble. The blood sea that spanned 10,000 miles dissipated. A Taoist in blood robes appeared and smiled at Yi Xian. In his hands were 3 blood-colored spirit fruits. Shiva. Kong Xian was stunned. He had not expected the Nether River Patriarch to send his personal disciple. One must know that this Shiva was extremely powerful. Even though he was only a figure in the second watershed of the Grand Heavenly Tao, his methods were extremely strange. Even Kong Xian was not willing to offend someone as troublesome as the Nether River Patriarch. Greetings, Wisdom King. Greetings, Heavenly Emperor. Shiva smiled warmly. He first bowed to Kong Xian. Then, he slowly walked toward Yi Xian. After bowing to Yi Xian, he presented the 3 blood god fruits. The Patriarch knows that you have ascended to the Heavenly Emperor's throne. He specially asked me to present 3 blood god fruits as a congratulatory gift. I hope that Yi Tiandi will accept it. He also asked me to pass a message to you. If the Heavenly Emperor has the time, you can come to the unholy blood sea as a guest. The Patriarch is willing to sit down and discuss the Tao with the Heavenly Emperor and comprehend the Tao of heaven together, Shiva said warmly. After receiving the 3 blood god fruits and hearing Shiva's words, Yi Xian's eyes froze. Then, he smiled and said, "Thank the Nether River Patriarch on my behalf. I will definitely visit the unholy blood sea in the future and personally express my gratitude to the Patriarch." You are too humble, Heavenly Emperor. Shiva smiled and stood to the side. Then, he glanced at Duo Bao Rolai in the distance. The corner of his mouth curled into a strange smile, which made Duo Bao Rolai's expression change slightly. His heart grew heavier. Chapter 494. If Mahamayuri's arrival made Duobao's heart heavy, then Shiva's arrival made Duobao's heart tremble. He even had the thought of retreating. Shiva was just a character from the second watershed of Daoyuo Dao. Duo Bao Rulai was not afraid of him. To put it bluntly, he could kill him in an instant. However, Shiva was from the Azura clan and the disciple of the Nether River Patriarch. Who was the Nether River Patriarch? The Nether River Patriarch was a quasi-saint between heaven and earth. There was even a saying about him in the three realms. As long as the blood sea does not dry up, the Nether River will not die. It was a simple phrase, but it was not just a saying. Even a saint would have a hard time killing the Nether River Patriarch. The Nether River Patriarch was also known as one of the most difficult characters to deal with among the quasi-saints. This fully explained how terrifying the Nether River Patriarch was. Today, Shiva came to congratulate Yi Xian and even gave Yi Xian 3 blood god fruits under the Nether River Patriarch's decree. This was a show of goodwill to Yi Xian. Obviously, the Nether River Patriarch valued Yi Xian very much. Duo Bao Rulai was terrified. He did not know why a supreme character like the Nether River Patriarch would want to befriend Yi Xian. However, he did not think about it because he did not dare to attack Yi Xian now. Which one of you is Yi Chindi? Suddenly, a gust of wind blew across the sky. 2 Taoist children in green robes arrived on a cloud. Although they were merely overarching Heaven Xian immortals, the various orthodoxies gasped and they saw the Taoist robes they were wearing. 5 Manor Temple. Duo Bao Rulai growled in shock. He tried his best to suppress his fear, but the shock in his eyes had already jumped out. As everyone knew, the grand deity Jin Yuan was the ancestor of earthly immortals. He was famous all over the world and was revered by all living beings in the 3 realms. Those who had received his favor were as numerous as carps crossing the river. His hidden power was unimaginable. Let's put it this way, as long as the grand deity Jin Yuan raised his arm, the heaven, earth, and mortal realms would be in complete chaos. Immortals, demons, and demons would all listen to the grand deity Jin Yuan's orders. And this was only the grand deity Jin Yuan's connections, it did not represent his own terrifying cultivation. The 2 Taoist children were wearing the Taoist robes of the 5th Manor Temple. They were the children of the grand deity Jin Yuan. How could the orthodoxies not recognize them? This made them speechless, and they looked at Yi Xian with even more fear in their eyes. At this moment, Duo Bao Rulai unconsciously retreated. His originally rosy complexion turned ashen. His mind was in turmoil because he thought of an extremely terrifying consequence. The Nether River Patriarch and Grand Immortal Jin Yuan were the 2 demi-saints of the world. But now, they had both sent people to attend Yi Xian's coronation. They clearly wanted to befriend Yi Xian. If these 2 demi-saints really supported Yi Xian, wouldn't his Western Spirit Mountain be trampled under Yi Xian's feet? In the 3 realms where saints did not appear, demi-saints were the most powerful beings in the world. No one dared to go against the will of a demi-saint, not even Duo Bao Rulai, the lord of Western Spirit Mountain. Duo Bao Rulai's face turned gloomier when he thought of that terrifying consequence. The monstrous fury in his heart had long since dissipated, let alone wanting to suppress Yi Xian. He did not even know if he could leave this place safely. Duo Bao Rulai could feel Kong Xian staring at him maliciously, while Yi Xian was sneering again and again. Killing intent was faintly blooming around him. Kong Xian was the 3rd Grand Heavenly Tao Demi-Saint. Although he was a notch above Duo Bao Rulai, Yi Xian's combat strength was not inferior to Kong Xian's. If the 2 joined forces to attack him, he could only flee. You must be Yi Chindi, right? The 2 Taoist children smiled and slowly walked toward Yi Xian with a tray in their hands. They bowed and handed it to Yi Xian, saying, Ancestral Master Jin Yuan asked us to send a ginseng fruit to congratulate Yi Chindi on taking charge of the 3 realms. Thank you for your hard work, my 2 little friends. Let me send my greetings to Great Immortal Jin Yuan. When I have time, I will definitely personally visit and thank Senior Jin Yuan. Yi Xian smiled warmly. Venus Taibai hurriedly took the ginseng fruit and stood behind Yi Xian with an extremely loyal look. The celestial emperors might shakes the three realms. If anyone dares to cause trouble in the celestial court, we will definitely report it to ancestral master Zhen Yuan. We will definitely not forgive such evil people. Qing Feng and Ming Yu smiled and nodded slightly at Duobao Rulai. This also made Duobao Rulai's face as gloomy as water, and his unmoving Buddha body trembled slightly. Duobao Rulai wasn't afraid of the two Daoist children, but he was so angry at Yi Xian that he was about to explode. Shiva had pressured him just now, and now the two little Daoist children were doing the same. Kong Xian and Yi Xian were also eyeing him covetously. When had he, the Buddha, become so easy to bully? Duobao Rulai had never experienced such a thing before. This made him wish that he could directly slaughter Yi Xian. Only then would he be able to quell his heaven-burning anger. But Duobao Rulai was also a very shrewd person. Even though he was extremely angry, he still forced a smile on his face. It was just that his smile was uglier than crying. Duobao Rulai knew that he had to endure because if he rashly attacked Yi Xian at this moment, he would be asking for humiliation. First of all, Yi Xian's combat power was too terrifying. He was a frightening figure at the third watershed of Grand Heavenly Realm. Even if the two of them fought, he didn't have the confidence to defeat Yi Xian. Second, Kong Xian was next to him. If he dared to attack, the two would definitely join forces to suppress him. When that happened, he would be forced to flee and become the laughing stock of the three realms. Most importantly, and also third, he couldn't afford to offend Ancestral Master Zhen Yuan and Ancestral Master Zhen Yuan. If he really attacked Yi Xian, it would be a slap to the faces of the two quasi-saints. The two quasi-saints had sent a big gift, but Duobao Rulai wanted to kill him. Wasn't this going against the two quasi-saints? Amitabha. Duobao Rulai chanted the name of Buddha loudly. His ashen face gradually regained its color. A benevolent smile appeared on his face again, and his voice echoed between heaven and earth. Yi Tiandi, today is the joyous day of your ascension. Although this poor monk is slightly dissatisfied with your way of doing things, the spirited mountain of the west will not be tainted by karma. I hope that the celestial court and spirited mountain will mind our own business in the future. After Duobao Rulai finished speaking, his body emitted boundless Buddhist light and was about to leave. This also caused the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of spirited mountain to rise on clouds. Clearly, they could see that Yi Xian's power had been established. If they went against Yi Xian now, they would only end up humiliating themselves. Did this emperor allow you to leave? Suddenly, without waiting for Duobao Rulai to leave, Yi Xian's calm voice echoed in all directions. It also caused Duobao Rulai's expression to change. He slowly turned to look at Yi Xian, an extremely gloomy look flashing across his eyes. Yi Tiandi, you'd better not push me too far. Duobao Rulai gritted his teeth. He no longer had the majesty of a Buddha. At this moment, he was like an enraged ferocious beast staring fiercely at Yi Xian. If looks could kill, Yi Xian would have died thousands of times. Chapter 495. Unfortunately, Yi Xian chose to ignore Duobao Rulai's rage. His lips curled into a cold smile as he looked at the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of Mystical Mountain. His voice gradually turned cold. I am the Lord of the Three Realms, and all living beings in the Three Realms revere me. Today, I have ascended to the throne of the Heavenly Emperor. Even though Western Mystical Mountain is a sage orthodoxy, you must still kneel and kowtow to me when you see me. Otherwise, Western Mystical Mountain will have committed the crime of defying the heavens. As Yi Xian's words fell, the orthodoxies were shocked. They did not expect Yi Xian to push his luck to such an extent. Duobao Rulai had clearly chosen to lower his head and retreat, but Yi Tiandi still wanted to exterminate him. He did not give Mystical Mountain any face at all. Yi Xian, what if Western Mystical Mountain does not kneel and kowtow to you? The Buddhist light around Duobao Rulai dissipated, and a murderous aura filled the air. When he opened his mouth, he was practically gritting his teeth as he said those words. This also proved how furious he was. Unfortunately, when Yi Xian ascended to the position of Heavenly Emperor and had the ability to fight against the third watershed of the Great Luo realm, his style of doing things was extremely domineering, and it was even more impossible for him to take the threat of Duobao Rulai to heart. If Western Mystical Mountain does not kneel and kowtow to me, then Mystical Mountain will be the scourge of the three realms. I will destroy Mystical Mountain even if it means risking the strength of the three realms. Yi Xian spoke calmly. However, when his words fell, the world suddenly fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at Yi Xian as if they were looking at a lunatic. Ever since the creation of the world in the primeval age, and since the two sages of the West established Buddhism, no one had ever dared to say such arrogant words. However, Yi Xian dared to say such words. This was simply unimaginable to the orthodoxies. Was Yi Xian out of his mind? How could he dare to say such outrageous words? Crazy, he must be crazy. Even if you, Yi Xian, have the support of two quasi-saints, the Western Spirit Mountain is a sage orthodoxy. You, Emperor Yi, are simply courting death by threatening the Spirit Mountain like this. If you infuriate the two saints of the Western Spirit Mountain, a single thought can cause your soul to scatter and die. The immortals of the various orthodoxies secretly cursed Yi Xian's ignorance, but no one dared to say anything. Because Yi Xian was too terrifying at the moment, his power to the great heavenly emperor. Moreover, everyone knew that Yi Xian, the new celestial emperor, wasn't the Jade Emperor of the past. He was a fierce man who would kill anyone at the slightest disagreement without any scruples or nonsense. In the past, the orthodoxies looked down on the Jade Emperor's weakness and forbearance. However, when they saw Yi Xian's domineering and fierce style, they really missed the Jade Emperor. They secretly regretted not killing Yi Xian when he was still weak. That way, the Jade Emperor wouldn't have to die in Yi Xian's hands and put them in such a predicament. Of course, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Even though the orthodoxies were very regretful, they knew that Yi Xian's power had already been established. They could only wait and see. Yi Xian, you've gone too far. Duobao Rulai roared furiously. As the Lord of Mystical Mountain and a terrifying figure of the third boundary of Grand Heavenly Realm, when had he ever been bullied like this? This was simply a great humiliation to him, Duobao Rulai. How could he not be angry and hateful? Old man Duobao, I'll give you Mystical Mountain 3 breaths. If you don't kneel and submit to me after 3 breaths, you'll be the scourge of the 3 realms and stay in the celestial court forever. Yi Xian said coldly. With a wave of his hand, countless demons quietly surrounded the people of Mystical Mountain. The immortals of the Jia sect and several Daoyuo Jingxian stepped out from the crowd, looking at Duobao Rulai and the others with a ferocious and cruel look. Obviously, as long as Yi Xian gave the order, they would attack the Spirit Mountain without the slightest bit of mercy or fear. 3, 2, Yi Xian sneered viciously. His murderous aura bloomed. Clearly, he wasn't just joking. If Mystical Mountain didn't submit to him, he would definitely make Duobao Rulai and the others stay in the celestial court. Yi Tiandi, aren't you afraid that Mystical Mountain will take revenge in the future for humiliating us like this today? Duobao Rulai didn't put on an act since they had already shed all pretense. He roared at Yi Xian, hoping that Yi Xian would have some misgivings and let the people of Mystical Mountain leave. Ha! Yi Xian sneered and said with an extremely domineering voice, "You're right. So what if I'm humiliating Mystical Mountain? So what if I'm bullying you, old man Duobao?" Suddenly, Yi Xian's tone changed and an extremely sinister voice slowly rang out. "I'm the Lord of the 3 realms. All orthodoxies must submit to me. Under my will, all of you must kneel and kowtow. Because I'm the Lord of the 3 realms, I rule over all living beings in the 3 realms. Do you understand?" Yi Xian wasn't just talking to Duobao Rulai. He was also warning the orthodoxies. His sinister and merciless gaze swept across the immortals of each orthodoxy, causing them to quickly avert their eyes. Great fear flashed in their eyes. Damn it, damn it! Duobao Rulai roared. Duobao Rulai let out a low roar as the surrounding space and time collapsed and recovered. He continuously raised his Buddha's palm, but slowly lowered it. It was obvious that he wanted nothing more than to kill Yi Xian, but he knew that he couldn't kill him at all. Good, good, good. Duobao Rulai said 3 times in a row, then turned to the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of Mystical Mountain and growled, "Why aren't you kowtowing to Yi Tiandi, the Lord of the 3 realms?" As soon as Duobao Rulai finished speaking, the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of Western Mystical Mountain turned pale. Everyone had a bitter look on their faces, but now that even Duobao Rulai had given in, they couldn't do anything even if they were unwilling. Greetings, Yi Tiandi. The Buddhas and Bodhisattvas all knelt and kowtowed to Yi Xian. Although they sounded unwilling, on the surface, they were subservient to Yi Xian. What about you, old man Duobao? Unfortunately, Yi Xian only nodded slightly in response to these Buddhas and Bodhisattvas kowtowing, then looked at Duobao calmly. This caused Duobao Rulai's aura to explode and his eyes to turn red. Greetings, Emperor Yi Tian. Duobao Rulai didn't kneel. Instead, he put his palms together and bowed to Yi Xian. This was also the greatest etiquette in Western Buddhism apart from kneeling. As the saying went, leave a way out for yourself in the future. Although Yi Xian saw this as a joke, he believed that one had to be ruthless and eliminate the roots. However, Yi Xian also knew that he had already pushed Duobao to the limit. If he forced Duobao to kneel to him, Duobao Rulai would definitely fight him to the death. Yi Xian wasn't afraid of Duobao Rulai fighting him to the death. He even wanted to kill Duobao Rulai in one fell swoop. This would also save him a lot of trouble on his path to becoming the Celestial Emperor in the future. However, Yi Xian knew that even if he and Kong Xian joined forces, they wouldn't be able to kill Duobao Rulai. After all, Duobao Rulai was the Lord of Mystical Mountain and a peak Grand Luo existence. The two of them wouldn't be able to kill Duobao Rulai. They could only let him flee. Therefore, Yi Xian had been forcing Duobao Rulai from the beginning to the end. This was also his show of strength. Not only was he showing off to the various orthodoxies, but he was also establishing his prestige as the Celestial Emperor. Chapter 496. No one would have thought that Duobao Rulai would lower his head to Yi Xian, and even make the Buddha and Bodhisattva of Spirit Mountain kneel and kowtow to him. This caused the various orthodoxies to be even more terrified of Yi Xian. The world had changed, the world had really changed. When Yi Xian ascended to the position of Celestial Emperor, his aura was even stronger. It was as if everyone could see the changes in the 3 realms in the future. Yi Tiandi was definitely going to stir up chaos and bring about unimaginable changes to the 3 realms. The Western sect's numinous mountain seemed to have submitted on the surface, but the Chan sect was in a state of panic. When Yi Xian looked coldly at the Chan sect immortals, they were shocked. They gritted their teeth and finally knelt and kowtowed to Yi Xian. At this moment, all the orthodoxies had submitted to Yi Xian. Regardless of whether they were convinced or not, they had already submitted on the surface. This was the attitude that the orthodoxies were showing. Everyone, please rise. Yi Xian radiated the aura of a celestial emperor, his voice rumbling in the clouds. Yi Tiandi, farewell. Duobao Rulai took a deep look at Yi Xian. The 9th grade golden lotus beneath him shone brightly and directly tore through space and time, disappearing. The Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the West also left on clouds. Yi Tiandi, the underworld is busy. We will take our leave first. The 10 Yama kings bowed and left the celestial court on their dark clouds. From beginning to end, the 10 Yama kings did not show any dissatisfaction. They even kowtowed to Yi Xian. Even when they left, they did not express any dissatisfaction. However, Yi Xian knew that if he were to compare Numinous Mountain to the underworld, the latter would be the most terrifying. Since the creation of the world, the 6 paths of reincarnation had existed in the underworld. It was in charge of the reincarnation of all living beings and created the 18 layers of hell. Who knew how many terrifying beings there were? However, the underworld rarely revealed itself and had always kept a low profile. The 3 realms of heaven, earth, and man. The celestial court, the earth immortals, and the underworld. The underworld was a realm of its own. The ghost emperors of the 5 directions ruled over the underworld, and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva presided over the 18 layers of hell. There was also an unknown Mengpa on the Yellow Springs path, and the Nether Blood Sea where the Nether River Patriarch resided was located in the underworld. From this, it could be seen that the underworld was not as simple as one would imagine. Instead, it was extremely terrifying. If one were to treat it as a weak existence, that would be the biggest joke in the world. After the underworld of Mount Numinous left, the immortals of Yi Xian left one after another. Yi Xian did not make things difficult for them because Yi Xian had already done what he had to do. He had also completely established his prestige as the Celestial Emperor. Moreover, the so-called immortals of Chan's sect were no longer in his heart because the real big shots of Chan's sect did not appear. Yi Xian had no intention of targeting these weak immortals. Ha! Suddenly, purple clouds rumbled and starlight scattered. A burst of laughter came from afar. Empress Myrtle Star passed through the southern heavenly gate on a cloud with 6 perfected golden immortals following behind her. They were rushing towards the heavenly observatory. Greetings, Yi Tiandi. Empress Siwei and the 6 Daluo Jingxian appeared before Yi Xian in the blink of an eye. Empress Siwei was the first to bow, and the 6 Grand Luo followed suit to greet Yi Xian. There's no need for formalities, brother. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't bring out the so-called dignity of a heavenly emperor towards Empress Myrtle Star. Instead, he affectionately helped her up before looking at the 6 Zenith immortals behind her. Celestial Emperor, these 6 are good friends of mine, and they have specially come to seek refuge with the Celestial Court. What do you think? Empress Siwei smiled. With Empress Siwei's words, the 6 Daluo Jingxian bowed to Yi Xian one after another as a form of introduction. Taoist Spiritual Vulture, Taoist Blue Feather, Fairy of Myriad Arts, 3 Treasures Cultivator, Fairy of 9 Mysteries, and 6-foot Cultivator. For men and 2 women, all of them Grand Luo, with the weakest being at the first sky of Grand Luo. Moreover, all 6 of them were of orthodox Taoism but not of their respective orthodoxies. In the past, they had all received favor from the Grand Immortal Zhenyuan, and were good friends of Empress Siwei. With 6 Grand Luo joining the Celestial Court and Empress Siwei's return, Yi Xian was in a good mood. Apart from Empress Siwei, there were also 2 great masters of the evil Tao in the lower realm, as well as the Daluo Jingxian of the Jia sect that the Golden Spirit Saintess had brought back. This directly increased the power of the Celestial Court, and it was no longer as weak as it had been in the past. Celestial Emperor, this is the quadrangular dragon seal and the investiture of the gods. Please keep them well. Venus Taibai held the quadrangular dragon seal and the investiture of the gods, bowing as she presented them to Yi Xian. Clearly, once Yi Xian grasped these 2 items, Yi Xian would be the true master of the 33 heavens of the Celestial Court. With the various orthodoxies gone, the remaining people were all on his side. Yi Xian naturally did not hold back and casually received the 2 items. However, what Yi Xian did next left everyone speechless, as if they had fallen into a dream. Bang! A loud bang resounded as the quadrangular dragon seal in Yi Xian's hand cracked inch by inch, and was directly crushed by Yi Xian. The so-called heavenly Tao draconic chi also dissipated in the void. Celestial Emperor, you. Venus Taibai exclaimed in shock. He could not believe what he had just seen. He could not understand why Yi Xian would crush the quadrangular dragon seal. Did he not know that the quadrangular dragon seal was the symbol of the Celestial Emperor? Everyone knew that the Jade Emperor was almost immortal because he had the quadrangular dragon seal. The heavenly Tao draconic chi was connected to the fate of the Celestial Court. If Yi Xian had integrated the heavenly Tao draconic chi and was supported by the will of the heavenly Tao, wouldn't he be even more powerful? So why did he destroy the quadrangular dragon seal? Celestial Emperor, what are you? Shen Gongbao asked tentatively. Clearly, he was not the only one who had such doubts. The rest of the people also had the same doubts. Do you think that if I integrated the quadrangular dragon seal, I would be able to achieve immortality like the Jade Emperor? Yi Xian smiled as he looked at the confused expressions on everyone's faces. He continued, the so-called quadrangular dragon seal seems to be the symbol of the Celestial Emperor, but it is also a great shackle. Over the endless years, the Jade Emperor had always thought that he was immortal because he had the quadrangular dragon seal in his hand. He also thought that no one could kill him. His Tao heart had long been worn away, and he did not feel any sense of danger. This is also why he has always been at the second watershed of Daoyuo and has not made any progress. Yi Xian spoke frankly. He directly pointed out the Jade Emperor's biggest flaw, and it made everyone suddenly realize. Therefore, the quadrangular dragon seal is useless to me. The so-called immortality is just a joke. If that's the case, then there's no need to keep the quadrangular dragon seal. Yi Xian casually waved the heavenly Tao draconic chi away. He had never thought of absorbing this so-called heavenly Tao draconic chi. This was because Yi Xian had always believed that the strong would always be strong. This so-called immortality was just a joke. If the Jade Emperor was really immortal, how could he have died under his heaven-destroying halberd? Chapter 497. After absorbing the Imperial Dragon Chi, he was connected to the Celestial Court's destiny and was supported by the will of the Heavenly Tao. This was a kind of shackle for Yi Xian, because he did not believe in external forces at all. He only believed in himself. This was also the foundation of his Tao through strength. How could Yi Xian give up a watermelon for a sesame seed? Just as everyone was deep in thought, what Yi Xian did next caused a large number of exclamations, especially the Jia sect immortals who were trembling with excitement. The investiture of the gods was the most precious treasure of the great god investiture tribulation. It was also a suppressive weapon that imprisoned a bit of the true spirits of the celestial court. It could even control their life and death. Open. The investiture of the gods unfolded, and countless true spirits surged out and returned directly to the primordial spirits of Zhao Gongming and the other Jia sect immortals, making their auras become smooth and flawless. Of course, the true spirits imprisoned in the investiture of the gods were not only the Jia sect immortals, but also a large number of celestial court immortals. It could be said that there were tens of thousands of them. When Yi Xian opened the investiture of the gods and released all the imprisoned true spirits, all the celestial court immortals who had been conferred the title of gods were once again free. And this scene made everyone look at each other in shock. Then, they looked at Yi Xian with an extremely complicated expression. One had to know that the investiture of the gods was used to control the celestial court immortals. But now that Yi Xian had released these true spirits, it meant that Yi Xian did not bother to use the investiture of the gods to control the celestial court immortals. We will never forget the celestial emperor's kindness. With the return of the true spirits, Zhao Gongming was extremely excited. He even led a large number of Jia sect immortals to bow to Yi Xian. The celestial court immortals also knelt and kowtowed to Yi Xian, shouting the name of Yi Tiandi. Looking at the pious expressions of Zhao Gongming and the others, Yi Xian smiled slightly. When his palms and fingers brushed the air, he lifted them up and gently comforted the Jia sect immortals. Yi Xian never trusted anyone. Today, he released the true spirits in the investiture of the gods to buy people's hearts and showed his attitude to the Jia sect immortals. Obviously, Yi Xian was the celestial court immortals. This was the purpose of Yi Xian releasing these true spirits. This was also the reason why he released these true spirits. This was also the purpose of Yi Xian's. In fact, in Yi Xian's opinion, even if he used the investiture of the gods to control the lives of the celestial court immortals, it was actually useless. This was because the celestial court immortals were too weak. If he really wanted to kill them, there was no need for the investiture of the gods. It was better to be magnanimous and release these true spirits. Not only could he buy the hearts of the Jia sect immortals, but he could also make the celestial court immortals grateful to him. Wasn't this killing two birds with one stone? The Four Directions dragon seal was destroyed, and the investiture of the gods released the true spirits. When Yi Xian finished these two major events, Yi Xian could be considered to have officially become the master of the three realms. The only thing left was to reward them according to their merits and reconfer the various immortal positions in the celestial court. Of course, the matter of conferring titles still needed to be considered slowly. It was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Yi Xian could not do this himself. He also needed the help of Venus Tai Bai and the others. Venus Tai Bai, the old minister of the celestial court. Although her cultivation was weak, she was very familiar with the management of the celestial court and the functions of the various immortal positions. This was also the reason why Yi Xian kept her by his side. The coronation ceremony ended perfectly. The immortals and demons returned to their own residences. They were only waiting for the celestial emperor Yi Xian to confer titles to everyone in the next few days. The 33 celestial court would also present a new structure. All the guests left. Even Shiva and the Taoist children of Wu Zhuangguan left. Yi Xian also waved the crowd away and disappeared from everyone's sight with Mahamayuri. In the bullfighting palace, Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the void. Kong Xian sat opposite him. Both of them were emitting extremely terrifying aura. It caused the entire bullfighting palace to rumble as if it was going to collapse at any time. I really did not expect that in less than 3,000 years, you would actually step into the Daluo realm from the All-Heaven Golden Immortal. Moreover, your combat power is not weaker than the third watershed of Daluo realm. This is simply unimaginable to me. I even feel that it's a fantasy story. Kong Xian said solemnly. His eyes were filled with astonishment when he looked at Yi Xian. It was obvious that Yi Xian had given him a great shock. One had to know that since the beginning of the world, such a miraculous thing had never been heard of. A person who had just stepped into the Daluo realm could fight against the existence of the third watershed of Daluo realm. This was simply a fantasy story. However, Kong Xian had witnessed it with his own eyes today. He had no choice but to believe it. Kong Xian also finally understood why Yi Xian had made a 100-year promise with him back then. Yi Xian completely understood Kong Xian's thoughts. This also made Yi Xian smile and said, "Back then, I made a 100-year promise with Wisdom King, but I didn't make it. I wonder if Wisdom King is willing to teach me a thing or two today." Ha! Kong Xian laughed loudly and said, "That's exactly what I was thinking." The five-colored divine light was emitted. The laws of heaven and earth were in chaos. On this day, the bullfighting palace was shrouded in smoke and clouds. Occasionally, there would be earth-shattering explosions. No one knew who was the victor of the battle. 7 days and 7 nights passed. Peace was restored in the bullfighting palace. From time to time, Kong Xian and Yi Xian's laughter could be heard. When Kong Xian walked out of the bullfighting palace, Venus Tai Bai, who was guarding outside the bullfighting palace, was shocked. Kong Xian's face was slightly pale. There was a clear fist mark on his face. His chest had collapsed, and his aura was slightly weak. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he had suffered some minor injuries. Unlucky, really unlucky. That brat Yi is really ruthless. Kong Xian was secretly cursing. However, When he sensed Venus Taibai's surprised gaze, he immediately glared at Venus Taibai and disappeared on a cloud. This. Such a scene left Venus Taibai speechless. He only woke up after a dozen breaths of time. Then, he quickly entered the bullfighting palace. However, he deeply remembered Kong Xian's miserable appearance. In the bullfighting palace, Yi Xian was dressed in black. His black hair hung behind his head. The aura around him was obscure. It was not until Venus Taibai came in front of him that Yi Xian turned to look at him. Heaven Emperor, the matter of conferring the immortals has been decided. Please take a look. As Venus Taibai spoke, he hurriedly handed the book in his hand to Yi Xian. He also let Yi Xian take it and roughly flip through it. After a dozen breaths of time, Yi Xian handed the book back to Venus Taibai. You and Shengongbao can decide on the matter of conferring the immortals. You can leave now. Yi Xian said calmly. Venus Taibai also hurriedly left. When Venus Taibai left the bullfighting palace, Yi Xian's originally flushed face instantly turned pale. A trace of blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth. Kong Xian, this five-colored divine light is really powerful. Yi Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His voice was extremely excited. The battle with Kong Xian couldn't be said to be fierce, but the silent attack of the two was extremely dangerous. Both of them suffered a lot of injuries. Of course, the battle with Kong Xian also made Yi Xian understand that there was still a gap between him and the third watershed of the Zenith Heavenly Realm. If it weren't for the Tribulation Transcender transformation being a heaven-defying technique, he would definitely not be Kong Xian's opponent. From this, it could be seen that if he were to fight Duobao Rulai alone, he would not be Duobao Rulai's opponent. After all, Duobao Rulai was even stronger than Kong Xian. Of course, Yi Xian had just stepped into the Zenith Heavenly Realm. At this moment, he was in the third heavenly layer of the Zenith Heavenly Realm. If he could step into the second watershed of the Zenith Heavenly Realm, his combat strength would skyrocket again. Buzz! When the Sumeru space opened, 3 blood gods clones and a ginseng fruit appeared in his hand. When these two kinds of myriad laws spirit medicines appeared in his hand, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with excitement. I wonder if taking these 2 spirit medicines will help me break through to the 4th heavenly layer of the Zenith Heavenly Realm. Yi Xian muttered to himself. He directly put the ginseng fruit into his mouth and entered into cultivation. Chapter 498. The celestial court was reshuffled, and the situation repeated itself. The master of the 3 realms, Celestial Emperor Yi Xian. The 4 great emperors, Emperor Ziwei. The position of the true martial emperor was held by Shengongbao, and the Gochen emperor was nowhere to be found. As for the Eastern emperor, no one dared to use Yi Xian's former title. The goddess of golden spirit was conferred the title of Southern Heaven Longevity Goddess, and the 6 Daluo Jinxian of Jie sect were given important immortal positions. The 9 luminaries Star Lord, the 28 mansions, the Canopy Marshal, the 36 stars of Heavenly Spirit, the 72 stars of Earthly Fiend, the Inspector Heavenly Angels, and the Heavenly Judge were all held by great experts. Among them, the 10 demon kings of the sky-swallowing toad were the 9 luminaries Star Lord, while the 28 mansions were held by the demon kings led by the Heavenly Rock King. As for the dozen or so Daluo Jinxian of the evil and devil sects, they were all given the immortal position of Inspector Heavenly Angels. The former immortals of the celestial court were all demoted by 3 levels, and could only become small immortal officials. After all, the highest cultivation base among them was only in the Grand Unity realm. The old situation was broken, and the new forces were getting used to each other. The 33, Celestial Court underwent a great change, and it also needed some time to get used to each other. It took 500 years for the process to get used to each other. Only then did the 33, Celestial Court begin to operate normally, but its strength had undergone an earth-shaking change. In the 33 celestial court that the Jade Emperor once controlled, let alone Daluo Jingxian, even all heaven realm experts were extremely rare. The Chan sect and Jia sect even fought each other in the celestial court, and the various forces were also very complicated. However, in the current celestial court, there were more than 20 Daluo Jingxian, and all heaven realm experts could be seen everywhere. Even Grand Unity realm experts could become small immortal officials. The strength of the 33 celestial court could be said to be extremely terrifying. In the past 500 years, Yi Xian had been in seclusion. He handed over everything to Venus Tai Bai and Shen Gongbao, and could be said to be a hands-off boss. Unless there was something important to report to Yi Xian, no one could easily disturb him in the bullfighting palace. It had been 650 years since Yi Xian ascended to the throne, and it was just a blink of an eye to the three realms, it was not a ripple. However, the mortal realm had undergone tremendous changes over the past 6,500 years. The human realm. Rumble. The sky was as black as ink, and the lightning covered the sky. The azure lightning wreaked havoc in all directions, and the pressure of the world that could destroy mountains and rivers bloomed in this part of the world, giving people a feeling of fear in their souls. A woman with picturesque features stood in the air, dressed in snow-white robes, her skirt fluttering in the wind. Clearly, this woman was undergoing a tribulation, and it was the Immortal Ascension tribulation. Xue Jie, Lu Bai's disciple, was a white fox. After 6,500 years, she had finally reached the late-stage tribulation passing stage. As long as she could withstand the 9 heavens immortal tribulation, she would be able to ascend and become an immortal. Xue Jie, you will definitely succeed. Fatty Huang no longer had the appearance of a middle-aged man. His sideburns were white, and his skin was slightly wrinkled. There was a haggard look on his face. However, there was a hint of hope in his eyes as he looked at Xue Jie. Xue Jie, if you can step into the earth immortal realm, regardless of whether Sir is dead or alive, you must send a message to us. After 6,000 years, Gu Beichen no longer looked like a teenager. He had become a handsome young man, and his cultivation level was at the late-stage tribulation passing stage. Miss Xue Jie, you will definitely become an immortal in the human realm. You are our last hope. Dozens of death gods' personal guards from the mansion of the dead were speaking to Xue Jie in a trembling voice. Although they were all at the late-stage tribulation passing stage, they seemed to have been stuck in this realm for a very long time and had not stepped into the immortal realm. Everyone, don't worry. When Uncle Master Yi left, he gave me many earth immortal realm spiritual treasures. Even if the 9 heavens immortal tribulation is extremely terrifying, I will definitely ascend to the immortal realm and will not disappoint everyone. Xue Jie's voice was powerful and resonant. She raised her eyes to look at the 9 heavens immortal tribulation that was condensing. An extremely mournful look flashed across her eyes. The immortal tribulation was equivalent to a death tribulation. It was like a curse that had become the human realm's biggest nightmare. There was no lack of amazing people in this world. After 6,500 years, countless human realm cultivators had reached the late-stage tribulation passing stage. However, when they were full of confidence to welcome the 9 heavens immortal tribulation, all of them died in the immortal tribulation passing stage. Yes, none of them survived. All of them died in the 9 heavens immortal tribulation. They did not even have the chance to reincarnate. This was a curse that no one could break. And this curse was closely related to Yi Xian. Back then, when Yi Xian returned to the human realm, Yang Jian chased after him. The battle between the two shook the entire human realm to the extreme. It also suppressed the will of heaven and earth to the extreme. When Yi Xian and Yang Jian left the human realm, the will of heaven and earth began to become harsh. This was because those who became immortals would cause a devastating blow to the human realm. Those who underwent the immortal tribulation would suffer an unimaginably terrifying immortal tribulation. After thousands of years, those who underwent the immortal tribulation passing stage all died, let alone become immortal realm in the mortal world and enter the earth immortal realm. Whether it was Fatso Huang, Gu Beichen, or many of the death god's personal guards from the mansion of the dead, there were also people that Yi Xian was familiar with. When they reached the late-stage tribulation passing stage, some of them were unwilling to be shackled in the human realm and attracted the 9 heavens immortal tribulation passing stage. However, without exception, all of them were turned into ashes by the immortal tribulation. Xue Jie, Lu Bai's disciple, had been cultivating in seclusion for thousands of years. Yi Xian even recognized her as his martial niece. Before he left, he gave her many spiritual medicines and magic treasures, hoping that she could become immortal realm in the mortal world. When Xue Jie learned of the curse of death, she took one step at a time. It could be said that she cultivated steadily because Fatso Huang and the others placed all their hopes on her. Today, Xue Jie finally completed her tribulation passing stage and welcomed the 9 heavens immortal tribulation. She must break the curse of death and ascend to the immortal realm to find out the truth about Yi Xian's death. Back then, Yi Xian and Yang Jian entered the passage in reverse. No one knew if Yi Xian was alive or dead. Fatso Huang and the others waited for thousands of years but did not see Yi Xian return. This naturally made them very worried and afraid that Yi Xian had already fallen in the earth immortal realm. Rumble. The 9 heavens immortal tribulation, the immortal thunder descended. 9 thunderbolts struck Xue Jie's body violently, forcing her to resist with all her might. She used all kinds of spiritual treasures to resist the terrifying power of the 9 heavens immortal tribulation. 81 thunderbolts and heavenly fires. Mountains and rivers were destroyed and the void was collapsing. Xue Jie was bathed in blood and her body was badly damaged. In the distance, Fatso Huang and the others clenched their fists and prayed for Xue Jie in their hearts. Xue Jie was their last hope. The 9 heavens immortal tribulation. Fatso Huang and the others were all in the late-stage tribulation passing stage. However, they were not confident that they could survive the immortal tribulation because this kind of heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. It was not something that a tribulation passing stage could survive. Chapter 499. The tribulation to become an immortal was terrifying. Even in the earth immortals realm, only 1 or 2 out of 10,000 tribulation realm cultivators could become immortals. In the mortal world, the difficulty of the 9 heavens immortal tribulation was increased by 50% by the will of heaven and earth. After thousands of years, no one could survive the 9 heavens immortal tribulation, let alone become an immortal in the mortal world. The 9 heavenly immortal thunder was striking, the heaven-burning fire was burning, and blood-red lightning was wreaking havoc. The world was illusory and distorted, and Xue Jie's body was damaged and healed. Xue Jie was confident that she could pass the 9 heavens immortal tribulation because she had the elixir given to her by Yi Xian. She also had some spiritual treasures at her disposal. This was why she was confident that she could pass the tribulation. 81 days passed. The 9 heavens immortal tribulation was dissipating, and the ink-like black clouds were disappearing. Celestial light fell from the sky, covering Xue Jie's damaged body and allowing her to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. She did it. Xue Jie. Xue Jie succeeded in passing the tribulation. Fatso Huang and the others exclaimed in shock. Their bodies were trembling slightly, and their eyes gradually turned red. There was even a hint of moisture in their eyes. Rumble. The celestial light shot in all directions. Xue Jie slowly opened her eyes, and a celestial aura grew around her. It also allowed Fatso Huang and the others to cross the sky and come over. Xue Jie, have you really become an immortal? Fatso Huang asked excitedly. Xue Jie nodded first, and then she looked at the sky in confusion and said, I have indeed become an immortal, but I can't feel the existence of the celestial gate. It's as if I'm trapped in the mortal world, and I can't feel the aura of the Earth Immortal's realm. Hearing Xue Jiayi's words, Fatso Huang was not surprised at all. Instead, he nodded solemnly and said, Master once said that the laws of the mortal world are incomplete. Even if someone becomes an immortal in the mortal world, they can't open the celestial gate. The only way to enter the Earth Immortal's realm is through the reverse passage. However, the reverse passage is filled with wind, thunder, and fire. Apart from immortals, mortals will die if they touch it. Reverse passage? Xue Ji frowned, and her voice was filled with surprise. That's right, it's the retrograde passageway. This retrograde passageway has always been in the Heartbroken Mountain, but it couldn't be opened without immortal power. Now that you've become a celestial immortal, you can definitely open the retrograde passageway and enter the Earth Immortal realm, Fatso Huang said with certainty. With Fatso Huang's brief introduction, the group headed for Heartbroken Mountain. Everyone placed their hopes on Xue Jiayi. As long as Xue Jiayi could find Yi Xian, there would be a way for them to pass the 9 heavens' immortal tribulations. They could even enter the earthly immortal realm together and follow Yi Xian again. Heartbroken Mountain had been destroyed thousands of years ago, but the reverse passage still existed in this world. When Xue Jiayi displayed the power of a celestial immortal, she directly opened the door to the reverse passage. Spiritual energy whistled, and the door shone. Under the gazes of Fatso Huang and the others, Xue Jiayi bit her lips and sighed. Without any hesitation, she stepped into the passage that went against the flow. Buzz! The door closed, and the reverse passage disappeared. Only ripples bloomed in the void, proving that Xue Jiayi had entered the reverse passage and headed for the legendary earthly immortal realm. Fatso Huang, do you think Sir is still alive? Gu Beichen stood in the void. After thousands of years, he was no longer the young and inexperienced boy he used to be. He had already grown into a man of indomitable spirit. Sir will be alive. He will definitely not die, Fatso Huang said with certainty. But, it's been thousands of years. If Sir is still alive, why hasn't he come to find us? Gu Beichen smiled bitterly and asked the question that everyone in the mansion of the dead had been wondering. Maybe Sir hasn't gained a firm foothold in the earthly immortal realm. If we also enter the earthly immortal realm, I'm afraid that not only will we not be able to help Sir, but we will also implicate him, right? Fatso Huang murmured bitterly. Fatso Huang, I really can't suppress my realm anymore. If Xue Jiayi still can't find Sir after 300 years, I will go through the 9 heavens' immortal tribulations before you. Gu Beichen shook his head and smiled bitterly. Smack! Fatso Huang slapped Gu Beichen's head and scolded jokingly, you weren't so sentimental when you were young. Remember this, Lao Tzu. If Xue Jiayi still can't find Sir and return to the human realm after 300 years, then Lao Tzu will go through the 9 heavens' immortal tribulations with you. Damn you, Fatso! You hurt me. Gu Beichen threw a backhand slap at him, but Fatty Huang easily dodged it. The originally heavy atmosphere eased up slightly. Going in the opposite direction, the void created each other. As Xue Jiayi moved forward, she was attacked by the wind, thunder, and fire from time to time. Fortunately, she had just entered the heavenly immortal realm. Although her speed was slightly slow, the wind, thunder, and fire could not harm her. It might have been a year, or it might have been a few months. When Xue Jiayi saw a light in front of her, her heavy mood suddenly became excited. She even rode on the immortal cloud and shot toward the light door. Buzz! Xue Jiayi passed through the light door, and the overwhelming spiritual energy swept toward her. Even the immortal power in her body was rising steadily, allowing her to reach the late stage of the heavenly immortal realm from the early stage. This is the earth immortal realm. My cultivation. The mountain range was continuous, and the spiritual energy filled the sky. The laws of heaven and earth were extremely perfect. Xue Jie could become an immortal in the human realm, which was enough to show that her aptitude was extremely high. When she came to the Earth Immortal realm, her cultivation naturally began to skyrocket. Roar! The beast's roar shook the sky, and the bird's cry was ear-piercing. A demonic bird swept across the void, and an extremely fierce aura rushed toward Xue Jie. Who are you? How dare you stay in my little cliff mountain? Buzz! Demonic chi soared into the sky, and the demonic bird transformed into a man in green clothes. Judging from his aura, he was in the Xian Immortal realm. At this moment, he was frowning and examining Xue Jie. This place was called Little Cliff Mountain, and it was the cultivation ground of this ferocious bird. Usually, not to mention immortals, even immortal cultivators rarely came here. But today, this demonic bird was cultivating when it suddenly felt an unfamiliar aura appear in its territory. This caused the demonic bird to come and investigate. Female immortal, why don't you tell me your name quickly? The demonic bird man looked at Xue Jie's sluggish appearance and shouted angrily at her. The demonic light around him surged slightly, and a trace of hostility gradually appeared in his eyes. As a Xian Immortal Realm cultivator, the demonic bird man naturally saw that Xue Jie was also a demonic bird, and her original form was a rare white fox. Although her cultivation was only in the heavenly immortal realm, he did not dare to underestimate her. It should be known that the white fox lineage was extremely noble among the demonic bird race. They were born with extraordinary intelligence, and their cultivation was not inferior to humans. They were also known as the wise ones among the demonic bird race. This was also the reason why the demonic bird man did not directly attack Xue Jie. Obviously, he had some fear in his heart. Chapter 500. Hearing the man's angry voice, Xue Jie suddenly woke up. She knew that she was already in the Earth Immortal realm. When she felt the man's terrifying aura, her heart slightly tightened. Back then, Mr. had said that if I entered the Earth Immortal realm after becoming an immortal, I must not stay in the Earth Immortal realm. It was because there were many immortals, demons, and demons in the Earth Immortal realm. If I made a mistake, I would be in danger of dying. He also wanted me to take his token and quickly go to the Celestial Court. Xue Jie quickly recalled what Yi Xian had told her back then. Then, she turned her eyes to the man and bowed. Big brother, I have just become an immortal. So, I mistakenly entered this place. I hope you can forgive me. Hearing Xue Jie's words, the man frowned and looked at Xue Jie doubtfully. It was because Xue Jie looked nervous. She was obviously lying to him. You immortal fox, quickly leave. If you dare to enter my territory again, I will definitely kill you and make you stay here forever. The man shouted and looked at Xue Jie with great hostility. Obviously, he suspected that Xue Jie was a spy sent by his old enemy. At this moment, he was testing him. Big brother. I want to go to the Celestial Court. I wonder if Big Brother can show me the way to the Celestial Court. Xue Jie had just entered the Earth Immortal realm. At this moment, she was in the dark. Although the man in front of her was slightly hostile, he did not attack her. This made Xue Jie beg him, hoping to find out some information about Yi Xian. The Celestial Court. Hearing Xue Jie's words, the man was stunned. The way he looked at Xue Jie became even more strange. Fox Immortal, are you stupid? How can the 33 layers of the Celestial Court be a place where you can go? You should quickly return to your cave and cultivate in peace. If you dare to enter the Celestial Court, you will definitely be killed by the Celestial soldiers and Celestial generals. At that time, you will not be able to find a place to cry. As the man spoke, he turned around and was about to return to his cave. However, before he could leave, two extremely terrifying auras came from afar. It was accompanied by an extremely terrifying rumbling sound. Not good, a demon king is passing by. Quick, hide with me. The demonic bird man's expression changed drastically. Before Xue Jie could react, he suddenly appeared beside her, pulled her by the arm, and was about to leave this place. Obviously, he was afraid that he would attract the demon king's attention and lose his life. Unfortunately, before the demonic bird man could leave with Xue Ji, two extremely terrifying rays of light suddenly appeared in the sky above the two of them. The demonic light and immortal chi that shook the heavens and split the earth were in the midst of an extremely terrifying collision. Six-tailed demoness, why aren't you surrendering? If you continue to resist, I'll definitely destroy your soul today. A green-robed old Taoist radiated Tai golden light as he struck out with an immortal spell, causing the void to rumble. Qingshan itinerant, your great void sect is also one of the top Tao sects in the Dongxing divine continent. Today, you want to capture me and make me the spiritual beast of the great void sect? An enchanting girl with 6 fox tails behind her back was clearly from the fox tribe. She was trying her best to dodge the Qingshan Taoist celestial magic secret skill. However, her face was flushed red. She was only a primordial unity Xian immortal and was no match for this Taoist. Bang! A ray of Tai golden light directly hit the six-tailed demoness, causing her to stagger. A mouthful of blood spurted out from the corner of her mouth as she fell toward Xue Ji and the demonic bird man. Oh no, let's retreat quickly. The demonic bird man was only a Xian immortal. In the face of a battle between two primordial unity immortals, he did not dare to interfere at all. He immediately pulled Xue Ji's arm and was about to flee into the distance. Humph, where are you two running to? Qingshan Taoist snorted coldly. The Tai golden light fell and trapped Xue Ji and the demonic bird man in the void. This also caused the demonic bird man's expression to change drastically. His body trembled slightly as he knelt down and kowtowed to Qingshan Taoist, begging for mercy. Immortal, please spare my life. I've been concentrating on my cultivation. Today, I happen to be here. I would never dare to peep at you. Please spare my life. The demonic bird man wept bitterly and kept signaling Xue Ji with his eyes, asking her to kneel down and beg for mercy. At this moment, Xue Ji was in a daze. She had not recovered from this shocking turn of events. Obviously, she had just come to the earth immortal realm from the human realm and had never seen these immortals and demons. The terrifying cultivation that erupted from these two people just now simply made Xue Ji unable to recover from her shock. He he he. Suddenly, a seductive laughter was heard. The six-tailed demoness wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. When she saw Xue Ji, her eyes turned slightly and a look of surprise flashed across her eyes. Old Taoist Qingshan, I can't afford to offend the Great Void sect. However, I'm just an ordinary fox. Even if you capture me and bring me back to the Great Void sect as a spiritual beast, you'll still lose face. However, this little girl is different. She's from the extremely rare White Fox clan. Although her cultivation is only at the heavenly immortal realm, if you capture her and bring her back to the Great Void sect and present her to your sect leader, you'll definitely be greatly praised. The six-tailed demoness words made Qingshan Taoist look at Xue Ji. His pair of Dharma eyes instantly saw through Xue Ji's true form. This made his eyes light up. He was obviously very tempted. Little girl, I'm really sorry. If one day, I've achieved great success in my cultivation, I'll definitely save you from your misery. The six-tailed demoness chuckled coquettishly. Instantly, she summoned a demonic cloud and fled into the distance. This had Qingshan Taoist's face changing slightly. He wanted to chase after her. However, the moment he caught sight of Xue Ji, the immortal cloud beneath his feet dissipated. A mere six-tailed demoness was just an ordinary fox. Even if he were to capture her and bring her back to the Great Void sect as a spiritual beast, it would be way too ordinary. If he were to lose this white fox lady while chasing after the six-tailed demoness, that would be the greatest loss for him, Qing Shan Taoist. Your fortune is pretty good, little demoness. Transform into your true form obediently and follow me back to the Great Void Sect. Qing Shan Taoist's voice was authoritative as the Tai golden light rippled out, suppressing Xueji within the void. At this moment, even though Xueji had just entered the Earth immortal world, she was no fool. Instantly, she understood that she had been tricked by the six-tailed demoness. Her face was pale as she started to panic. Exalted. Exalted Immortal. The East Pole Emperor is my junior master. Please be merciful. Before Xueji could finish her words, Qing Shan Taoist frowned. He had never heard of this East Pole Emperor before. Furthermore, Xueji was just a mere heavenly immortal state. Her junior master was at most a golden immortal state. Why would Qing Shan Taoist care about her? However, when Qing Shan Taoist heard the name East Pole Emperor, he felt a sense of familiarity. It was as though he had heard it somewhere before. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not recall where he had heard this name before. However, when faced with this rare female of the white fox race, Qing Shan Taoist did not think too much about it. Immediately, he whipped out an immortal binding rope and bound Xueji within the void. His eyes were filled with excitement as he looked at Xueji. Chapter 501. Big brother, I beg you to help me. This is my martial uncle's medallion. Please send it to the Celestial Court. If my martial uncle is still alive, he will definitely come and save me. I will definitely not forget Big Brother's kindness in saving my life. Although Xueji could not move, she could still open her summer space. A medallion fell out and was vaguely caught by the man. It was also at this moment that Xueji transformed into her original white fox form and was taken away by Daoist Qing Shan. Ha, a woman of the White Fox clan, your fur is indeed a top-notch treasure. Daoist Qing Shan was in a great mood. He did not even bother to look at the man. He directly took Xueji and shot off into the distance. As Daoist Qing Shan left, the man was drenched in cold sweat. Only after several dozen breaths of time did he realize that there was a medallion in his hand. The medallion was not made of gold, iron, or wood. The front was engraved with the sun, moon, and stars, while the back was engraved with the words, East Pole Emperor. East Pole Emperor. The man muttered to himself. He had never heard of this name. He had been cultivating in seclusion for the past several tens of thousands of years. Naturally, he did not know that when Yi Xian was the East Pole Emperor, he had stirred up a storm in the three realms and done many shocking things. Moreover, in the past 3,500 years, Yi Xian's name was rarely mentioned. Now that he was the Celestial Emperor, naturally, no one would call Yi Xian the East Pole Emperor. Moreover, this man was only a small demon. He cultivated in the mountains all day long in fear. Naturally, he knew nothing about Yi Xian's former name. To go or not to go? The man's expression was solemn. He wanted to throw away the medallion. Clearly, how could a small demon like him enter the 33rd Celestial Court? He was afraid that before he could enter the Celestial Court, he would be killed by the celestial soldiers and generals he encountered. Little girl, you have a bad life. I can't help you with this. The man casually tossed the command medallion onto the ground, and then he flew towards the depths of the mountain. Obviously, he was only at the profound immortal realm, and he couldn't even protect himself, so how could he possibly have the ability to help Xueji? Time flowed like water. After an hour, a whistling sound could be heard. As the demonic light dissipated, the demonic bird man's figure appeared. The demon bird man unexpectedly turned back. However, an extremely embarrassed expression appeared on his face. But, he still picked up the token again. Sigh, forget it, forget it. Although this little girl and I have met by chance, we are both members of the demon clan. If I don't save her, I will feel uneasy. I will just hand this token to the heavenly soldier. The rest has nothing to do with me. The man with the demon bird murmured, and directly rode the demon cloud towards the 33rd celestial court. In order to reach the celestial court, one had to first pass through 5,000 kilometers of astral winds, thunder, and fire to reach the southern heavenly gate. Outside the 5,000 kilometers of astral winds, thunder, and fire, there were celestial soldiers and celestial generals stationed there every day. Today, one of the 28 mansions, the Great Wolf Star, led 100 celestial soldiers to guard the area. They even patrolled the 5,000 kilometers of astral winds, thunder, and fire. How dare you, demon! Suddenly, a celestial soldier shouted angrily. The golden halberd in his hand shone with immortal light, and directly froze the demon bird man in the void. His golden immortal cultivation was undoubtedly revealed, and it made the demon bird man tremble. It was obvious that he regretted his decision. Exalted. Exalted Immortal. I have no intention to offend you. It is just that someone asked me to present a command medallion to the celestial court. I hope you can understand. As the demon bird man spoke, he hurriedly presented the command medallion to the heavenly soldier. Then, he knelt in the void, and his posture was extremely humble. What command medallion? The heavenly soldier looked disdainful. He casually took the command medallion, and casually read out the 4 words on it. The East Pole Emperor. Humph. The heavenly soldier snorted coldly. You little demon, my celestial court has nothing, present the command medallion to me. Suddenly, before the heavenly soldier could reprimand the demon bird man, a cold voice rang out. The heavenly soldier's expression changed drastically. He no longer had the time to deal with the demon bird man. He hurriedly took the command medallion and rushed to the Great Wolf Star. Lord Great Wolf Star. The heavenly soldier bowed and hurriedly presented the command medallion to the Great Wolf Star. The Great Wolf Star also quickly took it in his hand. Then, he kept looking at the command medallion, and his expression gradually became flustered. The Great Wolf Star was one of the demon kings of the 72 caves of Mount Huagua. Back then, he had followed Yi Xian. How could he not know the name of the East Pole Emperor? Moreover, the command medallion in his hand was indeed an item of the celestial court. This made the Great Wolf Star realize that the command medallion was definitely authentic. This immortal asks you, where did you get this command medallion? The Great Wolf Star could no longer maintain his composure. His face was filled with panic. He no longer had the airs of an exalted immortal of the celestial court. Appearing before the demon bird man, he asked anxiously. The demon bird man could sense the nervousness of the Great Wolf Star. This had him stunned as well. Could this command medallion really belong to some big shot? Reporting to Exalted Immortal, a white fox woman asked me to deliver this to the celestial court. She said that the East Pole Emperor is her junior master. The demon bird man did not dare to delay as he quickly explained the situation. Hurry up and follow me to the celestial court. Hearing the demon bird man's explanation, the Great Wolf Star's face changed. Regardless of whether this man was speaking the truth or not, the command medallion of the East Pole Emperor was real. If this white fox woman was truly the junior master of the Celestial Emperor, he would definitely be punished by the Celestial Emperor if he were to drag this matter out. This was not a crime he could bear. Thinking of how terrifying the Celestial Emperor Yi Xian was, the Great Wolf Star's eyes were filled with reverence. Grabbing the demon bird man, he unleashed his all-heaven Xian immortal cultivation base and brought the demon bird man into the 10,000 miles of wind, thunder, and fire. After passing through the 10,000 miles of wind, thunder, and fire, they would arrive at the southern heaven's gate that led to the 33rd heaven celestial court. Along the way, the Great Wolf Star did not even greet the 4 heavenly kings as he grabbed the demon bird man and rushed towards the bullfighting palace. Bullfighting Palace. Yi Xian had been in seclusion for 500 years. After 500 years, the Celestial Court's new structure had finally stabilized. The overall strength of the Celestial Court had also risen to a terrifying level. It was not something that the Celestial Court ruled by the Jade Emperor could compare to. All matters of the Celestial Court were handled by Shen Gongbao and Venus Taibai. Unless there was something extremely important to report to Yi Xian, the two of them would be able to handle most matters. How dare you, Great Wolf Star? How dare you barge into the bullfighting palace? How can you bear the responsibility if you disturb the Celestial Emperor's cultivation? When the Great Wolf Star brought the demon bird man over on a cloud, Taibai Jinxing quietly blocked their path and loudly reprimanded them. Quickly inform the Celestial Emperor. I have something important to report to the Celestial Emperor. The Great Wolf Star's face was filled with anxiety. He no longer had the patience to explain to Venus Taibai. The Celestial Emperor said that unless it's something extremely important, no one is to disturb him. If there's anything, just tell me. Venus Taibai frowned. Clearly, he was slightly dissatisfied with the Great Wolf Star's reckless behavior. Chapter 502. Take a look at what this is. The Great Wolf Star did not beat around the bush as he took out the token. When Venus Taibai caught sight of the words East Pole Emperor Lord on the token, his initially calm expression changed. This is. Venus Taibai stuttered out. Clearly, he was extremely shaken up right now. How could Venus Taibai not recognize the token of the East Pole Emperor Lord? One had to know that back when Yi Xian was the East Pole Emperor Lord, he had wreaked havoc in the three realms. Who knew how many horrifying things he had done back then? Rumble. Boom. Suddenly, the bullfighting palace shook as the golden gates opened up. A towering figure walked out of the bullfighting palace as the might of the Celestial Emperor that spanned across the three realms blossomed out slowly. Time and space were thrown into chaos as the void collapsed. Before Yi Xian could do anything, the token in the hands of Venus Taibai shot out towards Yi Xian, who caught it in his hands casually. Where did you get this token from? Yi Xian squinted his eyes. The might of the Celestial Emperor rippled out in all directions, causing the entire 33 Celestial Court to be thrown into chaos as countless powerful beings rushed towards the bullfighting palace. The moment the Celestial Emperor moved, the entire world would be turned upside down. This was not just a saying. This was the might of Yi Xian as the master of the three realms. The 9 brilliant Star Lord, the 28 lunar mansions, the 12 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors, and even Empress Siwei, the goddess of golden spirit. Even Mahamayuri was alerted by Yi Xian and rushed over instantly. Welcome back, Celestial Emperor. The group of immortals bowed while howling like a tsunami. When faced with such a scene, the man's entire body slumped to the ground like a puddle of mud. Even if he was ignorant, he was still able to discern that the person in the lead was the Lord of the Three Dimensions, and this simply caused him to be terrified to the extreme. Insolent beast! The Celestial Emperor is asking you a question. Hurry up and answer him. The Great Wolf Star growled out anxiously. That snapped the demonic man out of his stupor as he knelt on the ground hurriedly and recounted everything that had happened to Xue Jie. Great Void Dao Sect. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes as the man finished his narration. His voice gradually turned cold. Reporting to the Celestial Emperor, the Great Void Sect is the orthodoxy of the Chan sect in the Dongxing Divine Continent. Its leader is Daluo Jingxian, a second heaven cultivator. His name is Taishu Zhenren. Although he is not one of the 12 ancient golden immortals, he is an extremely famous great medium in the Earth Immortal realm. Shen Gongbao bowed and revealed the origin of the Great Void Sect. A murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Obviously, Shen Gongbao had the intention to destroy everything related to the Chan sect. From this, it could be seen that there was no room for reconciliation between the Chan sect and the Jie sect. Oh. Yi Xian smiled and kept the token in his pocket. He looked down at the earth immortal realm through the clouds beneath his feet. His voice was calm and cold as he said, 28 lunar mansions, heed my order. Gather 100,000 heavenly soldiers and head to the earth immortal realm with me. I would like to see if the Great Void sect has the guts to enslave my martial niece Xuejie. As Yi Xian's words fell, the surrounding void froze. The immortals could not help but gasp. Obviously, they could see that Yi Xian was angry. Calm down, Celestial Emperor. How could a mere Taishang Dao sect cause you to come here personally? I am willing to lead 10,000 heavenly soldiers and kill everyone in the Great Void sect. If we can't complete the mission, we will accept your punishment. The goddess of stone, one of the Daoyuo Jingxian of the tribulation immortal lineage and the daughter of the golden spirit saintess, was also at the third heaven of Grand Luo. She was conferred the title of Inspector Heavenly Ambassador and was now pleading Yi Xian to join the battle. Celestial Emperor, please be wise. The puny Great Void sect is but an ant. I alone am enough to destroy their orthodoxy and even rescue Celestial Emperor's disciple niece. Celestial Emperor, please stay in the Celestial Court and wait for me to personally send Miss Xuejie back to your side safely. The evil immortal Wang Qing, one of the two great divinities of the evil demonic Tao, was an extremely terrifying demon. His cultivation was at the third heaven of Grand Luo, but his methods were cruel and ruthless. Even those at the second heaven of Grand Luo were not willing to provoke him. As the two of them spoke, the rest of the immortals recommended themselves. They even patted their chests and promised Yi Xian that they would bring Xuejie back to the Celestial Court safely and that they would personally destroy the Great Void sect. Obviously, the Celestial Court had just been established and everyone wanted to show off in front of Yi Xian. Naturally, they strongly recommended themselves. From this, it could be seen that the Celestial Court had undergone tremendous changes under Yi Xian's leadership. If it was during the era when the Jade Emperor was in charge of the Celestial Court, even golden immortals of the All-Heaven would rarely participate in the battle, let alone a Daoyuo Jingxian, let alone destroy a colossal orthodoxy like the Great Void sect from the Earth immortal world. My dear subjects, you don't have to say any more. I would like to see how the Great Void sect has the guts to enslave my martial niece, Yi Xian said calmly, silencing the immortals and demons. Rumble. Golden clouds were rising, and the 28 mansions were soaring in the sky. The war drums of the celestial heavens were rumbling, and the 100,000 celestial soldiers were silent. 9 golden dragons roared in the sky, pulling the celestial emperor Dharma throne and standing in the sky. Yi Xian took a step forward and sat cross-legged in the celestial emperor Dharma carriage. As the war drums of the celestial court beat, the 2 inspector heavenly ambassadors stood on either side of the celestial emperor Dharma carriage. The rolling golden light rose and the 9 golden dragons pulled the celestial emperor Dharma carriage down to the lower realm. When the celestial emperor descended, all living beings bowed their heads. This was Yi Xian's power and his supreme authority as the master of the 3 realms. In front of the bullfighting palace, the man with the demon bird was trembling silently. He did not recover from his shock until Yi Xian rode the celestial emperor Dharma carriage down to the lower realm. Who is he? The man with the demon bird asked in a trembling voice. Upon hearing the man's words, the great wolf star sneered and said, "You little demon, you are really stupid." Before Yi Tiandi became the master of the 3 realms, his title was the East Pole Emperor. You have done well in reporting this matter. Yi Tiandi will definitely reward you. The great wolf star patted the man's shoulder, and his voice was filled with envy. This caused the man to suddenly wake up, and his face turned extremely red. Clearly, he was excited to the extreme. Alright, follow me back to my immortal Dao Hall. When Yi Tiandi returns to the Celestial Court after destroying the Great Void sect, he will definitely reward you. As the great wolf star spoke, she led the way back to her Tao hall. The man with the demon bird hurriedly followed. However, his eyes were filled with excitement. He was glad that he came to the celestial court. Otherwise, how could he have obtained such a great opportunity? Furthermore, the man with the demon bird would never have thought that a woman he met by chance would be the niece of the master of the three realms, Yi Tiandi. If this had happened in the past, he would not have believed it. He would have only thought that it was a fantasy. However, when he witnessed the truth with his own eyes, the man with the demon bird felt like he was in a dream. He was deeply grateful for his choice. If he had really discarded the token, how could he have obtained such an opportunity? Chapter 503. Earth Immortal World, Dongxing Divine Continent. The history of the Great Void Tao sect was a long story. After the Great Divine Investiture Tribulation, the Chan sect and Buddhism sect flourished. The entire Dongxing Divine Continent believed in Taoism and respected Yuanshi Tianzuan, one of the three pure ones. The Great Void sect could be considered a colossus in the Dongxing Divine Continent. Its sect master, the Great Void Spiritual Master, was at the second heaven of Daoyuo. Although he was not one of the 12 ancient golden immortals, his reputation was known throughout the Dongxing Divine Continent and he had 3,000 disciples. They had 3,000 disciples and were immensely powerful. Regardless of whether one was a great demon king or an immortal or a Buddha, one would have to show some respect to the members of the Great Void sect. After all, the Great Void Tao sect was founded by the Great Void Spiritual Master. Furthermore, the Great Void Spiritual Master worshipped the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and was a member of the Chan sect. This made the Great Void Tao sect a colossus in the Dongxing Divine Continent. No one in the three realms was willing to offend it. Of course, the so-called "don't provoke it" depended on the person. Anyone who was at the second watershed of the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm would naturally not take the Great Void sect seriously. As long as the Great Void sect did not provoke these powerful beings, they would naturally not lower themselves to the same level as the Great Void sect. Great Void Mountain Range. Mountain ranges rose and fell one after another. The vast mountain range was like a long dragon entrenched between heaven and earth. Countless towering peaks rose steeply from the ground, giving people a sense of majesty and heaviness. The spiritual chi was rich, and birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. Immortal cranes flew across the void from time to time. There were also spiritual beasts galloping in the mountains and forests. Immortals could be seen roaming on clouds. It could be said that the Great Void sect could be called a Taoist holy land. Great Void Peak. A Taoist palace stood on top, covering more than 100,000 miles. The ground was paved with white jade crystals, forming a vast Taoist field. Tens of thousands of immortal cultivators sat cross-legged in the Taoist field, cultivating Qi. A golden rainbow streaked across the sky. When the light dissipated, Taoist Qing Shan's figure appeared. Beside him was Xue Jie, who was in her white fox form. Greetings, Uncle Master. Greetings, Grandmaster Qing Shan. The appearance of Taoist Qing Shan immediately caused the cultivators of the Great Void Temple to greet him. Then, they all looked at Xue Jie, who had reverted to her original white fox form. A look of surprise flashed across their eyes. Martial uncle, what kind of spirit beast is this? A profound immortal male asked in surprise. Ha! Qing Shan Taoist laughed out loud and said proudly, how can a kid like you know this kind of spirit beast? This is the extremely rare white fox clan, a superior spirit beast that can only be found by chance. Its ancestral master Great Void's birthday this time. I'm sure Uncle Master wants to give this white fox as a birthday gift. Ancestral Master will definitely be very happy. A female immortal flattered at the right time. That goes without saying. Who doesn't know that our Great Void Grandmaster loves to nurture spiritual beasts? Now that martial uncle has obtained this spiritual beast, Great Void Grandmaster will definitely reward Martial Uncle generously. Another outer celestial immortal said. Hearing the words of these low-level immortals, Daoist Qing Shan felt even more proud. Then, he pretended to be dignified and said, all of you should focus on your cultivation. When I bring all of you into the realm of grand unity, you will naturally become the cornerstone of the Great Void Temple. Yes, we will follow Uncle Master's instructions. The low-level immortals hurriedly bowed, which made Daoist Qing Shan nod in satisfaction. He brought Xueji with him and shot towards the Great Void Dao Palace. Clearly, he wanted to present Xueji to the Great Void Ancestral Master to show his loyalty. Great Void Temple. Immortal Qi rose like an illusion. There were even illusions of the sun, moon, and stars flashing in the temple. At first glance, one would only feel that it was incomparably beautiful, as if one had fallen into an immortal realm. The 8 elders were all golden immortals of the great heaven. They stood on both sides of the temple. There were even 2 deputy sect leaders who were at the first heaven of Grand Luo. They were sitting cross-legged on both sides of the prayer mat in the middle, as if they were resting with their eyes closed. In the middle of the void, a white-haired Taoist was sitting cross-legged on the prayer mat. This Taoist wore a white robe and held a horsetail whisk in his hand. He had the demeanor of an immortal. It was the Great Void Spiritual Master. Your disciple, Qing Shan, requests to see Great Void Spiritual Master. Taoist Qing Shan's voice came from outside the temple. The 8 elders looked at each other and saw the doting look in each other's eyes. Master, this child, Qing Shan, must know that your birthday is coming soon. He must have brought you a birthday gift, Red-Browed Cultivator reported respectfully. This child, Qing Shan, is thoughtful. Let him in. The Great Void Spiritual Master nodded slightly. Soon, Taoist Qing Shan entered the Great Void Temple under the summons of Red-Browed Cultivator. An immortal binding rope restrained Xueji. She was walking towards the Great Void Spiritual Master excitedly. Your disciple, Qing Shan, pays his respects to Great Void Spiritual Master and Uncle Masters. Taoist Qing Shan knelt on the ground. He first bowed to the Great Void Spiritual Master before greeting the 8 elders and the 2 deputy sect leaders. What a superior white fox! Disciple, where did you find such a spiritual creature? Red-Browed Cultivator's eyes lit up. He looked at Xueji as if she was a peerless treasure. Red-Browed Cultivator was not the only one who was excited. Even the calm Great Void Spiritual Master nodded slightly. Obviously, as the Daluo Jingxian, he had sharp eyes. He could tell at a glance that Xueji was an extremely superior spiritual beast. Master, you are right. I was tracking the 6-tailed demon girl and wanted to subdue her. Who would have thought that? Taoist Qing Shan hurriedly told him what had happened. He looked very proud. Good, good, good. Red-Browed Cultivator clapped his hands and laughed. He said, this spiritual beast has a pure bloodline. This is your opportunity. Hurry up and give it to your Great Void Spiritual Master so that he can place a restriction on this white fox. Master, you are right. Although this white fox is only a celestial immortal, she kept begging me to let her go. She is very unruly. She even said that her Great Void Spiritual Master is the Emperor of the East Pole. Taoist Qing Shan spoke frankly with assurance. However, when he finished speaking, the smile on the Great Void Spiritual Master's face gradually disappeared. The aura around him also stopped at this moment. Qing Shan, what did you just say? Suddenly, the Great Void Spiritual Master interrupted Taoist Qing Shan's words. His voice was not as calm as before. Taoist Qing Shan was stunned by this scene. However, he quickly replied, Great Void Spiritual Master, I just said that this white fox kept begging me to let her go. Not this sentence, the next sentence. The Great Void Spiritual Master's voice suddenly became cold. The temperature of the entire Great Void Taoist Palace quietly dropped at this moment. Taoist Qin Shan was not a fool. When he felt the chaotic aura around the great void spiritual master, his heart suddenly tightened. He hurriedly recalled what he had just said and then tried to sound him out. She said that the Emperor of the East Pole is her great void spiritual master. Bang! The void exploded and the immortal light became chaotic. Before Taoist Qin Shan could finish his words, the great void spiritual master's face instantly turned pale. His eyes, which were as deep as an ancient pool, trembled greatly. Chapter 504. The East Pole Emperor. The Taishu spiritual master suddenly appeared in front of Xue Jie and unleashed an immortal technique, instantly untying the immortal binding rope around Xue Jie and allowing her to revert to her human form. This fairy, you say that the East Pole Emperor is your martial uncle? The Taishu spiritual master forced a laugh, but if one listened carefully, one would discover that his voice was trembling greatly, as if he was suppressing some sort of extreme fear. Exalted immortal, please spare me, the East Pole Emperor is indeed my martial uncle. Xue Jie was trembling all over in front of the Daluo Jingxian, the Taishu spiritual master. She did not even dare to look at the Taishu spiritual master as she constantly kowtowed and begged. What is your martial uncle's real name? The Taishu spiritual master clenched his fists tightly as he stared at the kneeling Xue Jie. His heart seemed to have stopped beating at this moment, as if he was waiting for someone to sentence him to death. Yi Xian, my martial uncle's name is Yi Xian, Xue Jie hurriedly answered. Thump. 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 The Taishu spiritual master retreated a dozen steps as his body trembled violently. His originally ruddy complexion turned ghastly pale, and the panic and fear in his eyes were indescribable. Yi Xian. The Taishu spiritual master trembled as he muttered, Your martial uncle, is really called Yi Xian. I dare not hide anything. Yi Xian is indeed my martial uncle. Please let me go, exalted immortal. I will definitely not forget your kindness, Xue Jie begged sorrowfully. Thump. The dignified Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, the leader of the Great Void sect, fell to the ground like a puddle of mud under the horrified gazes of the 8 elders and Taoist Qin Shan. It was as if he had lost his soul. Grandmaster, what's wrong? Taoist Qin Shan hurried forward, but before he could reach the Taishu spiritual master, an extremely terrifying killing intent enveloped him as the dazzling origin immortal light descended upon him. Thump. Ah! Taoist Qin Shan let out a miserable shriek as his body cracked like a spider web. Blood spurted from his mouth as he fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Such a scene caused the 8 elders to be stunned on the spot. Red-eyebrowed cultivator's expression changed greatly. He had never thought that Taishuzhenren would attack Qin Shan Taoist. Looking at Taishuzhenren's posture, it was as if he wanted to tear Qin Shan Taoist into pieces. You bastard! The Taoist Taishu's hair and beard stood on end as he flew into a rage. The celestial light of the great firmament around him rippled terrifyingly. His originally calm face became extremely twisted as he walked towards Taoist Qin Shan. The celestial light of the great firmament shot out from his palm as if he was about to kill Taoist Qin Shan in the next moment. Master, please calm down. What did Qin Shan do wrong? Red-eyebrowed cultivator hurriedly stood in front of Qin Shan Taoist and knelt at the feet of Taishuzhenren. Obviously, he still did not understand why Taishuzhenren was so furious. What did he do? Taishuzhenren roared ferociously. He looked at Taoist Qin Shan with a gaze that wished he could cut him into pieces. If he had not tried his best to control his killing intent, Taoist Qin Shan would have been killed long ago. Do you know who the East Pole Emperor is? Taishuzhenren's body trembled slightly. When he said these 4 words, the entire Taishu temple fell into a deathly silence. The East Pole Emperor is one of the 4 emperors of the Celestial Court. His real name is Yi Xian. He rebelled against the Celestial Court 3,500 years ago. He even killed his way into the Celestial Court and killed the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother 500 years ago. He recruited the mighty figures of the 3 realms to work for him. Now, he is the master of the 3 realms. All living beings call him Yi Tiandi. Who do you think the East Pole Emperor is? The more the Taishu Zhenren spoke, the more afraid he became. His face was ashen, and he could no longer control his emotions. He slapped the master and disciple in front of him to the ground, causing the master and disciple to spit out blood. It was an extremely miserable sight. "Fairy, please get up. I can't accept your kneeling." Taishu Zhenren did not look at the master and disciple. Only then did he remember that the victim was still beside him. This made him quickly help Xue Jie up. He bowed and apologized to Xue Jie. He almost knelt down and kowtowed to Xue Jie. Such a scene made Xue Jie speechless. Even though she had just entered the Earth Immortal realm, she knew that Daoyuo Jingxian was a lofty existence. However, at this moment, he had become so humble because of Yi Xian's name. She did not dare to imagine this. What kind of existence was this uncle master of hers in the Earth Immortal realm? Xue Jie was completely confused. She was even more confused. She did not know what to do at this moment. "Come, cripple the master and disciples' cultivation. Break the tendons of their arms and legs," Taishu Zhenren said coldly. Although there was reluctance in his eyes, compared to the Great Void sect, this pair of master and disciple had to be sacrificed. Otherwise, not only would Taishu Zhenren die, but the Great Void sect that he had founded would also be destroyed in an instant. "Grandmaster, please spare our lives. Master, please spare our lives." The master and disciple begged loudly. They even hugged Taishu Zhenren's trousers tightly and wailed. "Senior brother, please wait." Suddenly, Taitsang Zhenren's face darkened. He stopped Taishu Zhenren from doing what he was doing. He first helped Qing Shan Daoist and his disciple up. Then, he looked at Xue Jie and said in a gentle voice, "Fairy, I wonder if the East Pole Emperor knows that you have come to the Great Void sect as a guest." Xue Jie was already in a daze. Her thoughts were extremely chaotic. When she heard this person's words, she slowly shook her head and said, "I was looking for Uncle Master. You guys brought me here." Following Xue Jie's words, a glint flashed across Taitsang Zhenren's eyes. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Senior brother, you heard it. Although this little demon is Yi Tiandi's niece, Yi Tiandi doesn't know that she is in our hands. Why don't we just kill her?" "I'm sure Yi Tiandi doesn't know that it is the Great Void sect's doing," Taitsang Zhenren said viciously. Obviously, this was the best way to solve the problem. "No, absolutely not." The Taishu spiritual master's expression changed drastically as he rejected the Taitsang spiritual master's suggestion, saying, "That celestial emperor Yi has a violent temperament. If word of this gets out, the Taishu sect will definitely be annihilated. Senior brother, think about it carefully. Even if we don't kill this girl today, given Yi Tiandi's character, do you think he will let the Great Void sect go if he knows that we have captured this girl?" Taishu Zhenren analyzed calmly. Taishu Zhenren was stunned by the words of his 2 junior brothers. Clearly, the 2 of them had a point. Even if he crippled Qing Shan Daoist and his disciples' cultivation and handed them over to Yi Xian, given Yi Xian's cruel character, he might not let the Great Void sect go. "Grandmaster, the 2 uncle masters are right. Even if you hand us over to Yi Tiandi and apologize to him personally, he won't let the Great Void sect go," Qing Shan Daoist pleaded tearfully. Chapter 505. That's right, Master. Although my evil disciple has made a big mistake, the most important thing right now is to seal off the news. Only by killing this woman can we eliminate all future troubles. Red-Eyebrowed Wanderer hurriedly agreed. Obviously, when Red-Eyebrowed Vagrant Cultivator knew that his disciple had made a big mistake and that he, as her master, would be greatly implicated, he could only go with the flow and kill Shuai. Only in this way could he save the lives of both him and his disciple. As the crowd spoke, the Great Void Spiritual Master's face alternated between distorted and terrified. He was in a state of extreme hesitation. Obviously, what the crowd said was very reasonable. Even if he personally apologized to Yi Xian and even crippled their cultivation and handed them over to Yi Xian, he was afraid that Yi Xian would not let the Great Void sect go. This was because everyone in the three realms knew what kind of person Yi Xian was. He was an unparalleled demon. Anyone who had offended him did not have a good ending. Didn't they all die at the hands of Yi Xian? At this moment, Shuai suddenly woke up. Her face turned pale because she could feel the murderous intent in everyone's hearts. This also made her instantly realize that she had said something wrong. She had already made these people want to kill her. Fairy, if you want to blame someone, blame it on your bad luck. I have no choice but to offend you. Suddenly, the Great Void Spiritual Master's face was as gloomy as water. The Daluo immortal light around him fluctuated. Obviously, he wanted to kill Shuai under the crowd's persuasion. His eyes were extremely vicious as he looked at Shuai. Rumble. Suddenly, heaven and earth shook. Time and space were in chaos. A pressure that seemed like the sky and the ground invaded the entire Great Void Mountain range. The sound of the 9 heavens war drum rumbled between heaven and earth. Grandmaster, it's not good. Heavenly soldiers. Heavenly soldiers of the Celestial Court. Suddenly, before the Great Void Spiritual Master could kill Shuai, a Taoist child staggered in from the outside world. His face was extremely pale. He pointed to the outside world and could not speak. It's over, it's over. The Celestial Emperor's Dharma carriage. The Celestial Emperor's Dharma carriage has come in person. The Taishu Zhenren's Dharma eyes pierced through the void and instantly saw the golden clouds in the sky outside. He also saw the 9 golden dragons pulling the Celestial Emperor's Dharma chariot over. 100,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, the heavenly cycle's 28 lunar mansions, and 2 inspector heavenly ambassadors flanking them. Inside the celestial Thearcha's Dharma carriage, there was a towering figure sitting cross-legged. Such a scene made the immortal Taishu collapse to the ground. The 8 elders and the 2 deputy leaders, who had just advocated killing Shuai, also gasped. Their legs were trembling. Quickly cripple the cultivation of this master and disciple. Break the tendons in their arms and legs, then immediately send them out to be dealt with by Yi Tiandi. The Great Void Spiritual Master's voice changed. There was no need for others to do anything. He took a step forward and appeared beside the master and disciple. When he struck out with his palm, he instantly crippled the cultivation of Taoist Qin Shan and his disciple. He even ruthlessly broke the tendons in their arms and legs, causing the master and disciple to cry out in pain. The Great Void Spiritual Master turned hostile as soon as he said so. He did not have the slightest bit of camaraderie. Earlier, the Great Void Spiritual Master had even advocated killing Shuai to seal the news. However, when the Celestial Emperor's Dharma chariot arrived at the Great Void Mountain range, the Great Void Spiritual Master was more ruthless than anyone. He directly crippled the master and disciple. Not only was the Great Void Spiritual Master ruthless, but the remaining elders and the Great Void Spiritual Master also attacked the master and disciple. They were heavily injured and on the verge of death. Their bones were crumbling inch by inch. If it wasn't for the fact that they were afraid that they would die in an instant and not be able to give Yi Xian an explanation, they would probably have killed the master and disciple long ago. Fairy, I have offended you before. Please forgive me. I will send you to see Yi Tiandi now. I hope that you can put in a good word for us in front of the Celestial Emperor. The Great Void sect will never forget your kindness. The Great Void spiritual master knelt before the Shui Jie. He no longer had the dignity of Daoyuo Jingxian. The Great Void spiritual master wasn't the only one who was kowtowing to the Shui Jie. The other elders and deputy leaders were also kneeling on the ground. They looked at the Shui Jie with pitiful eyes. It wasn't that they didn't have dignity. It was because the person they were about to face was Yi Xian. Who was Yi Xian? He was the master of the three realms and the Celestial Emperor. The so-called Daoyuo could kill Yi Tiandi at will. He even forced the Chan sect and the Western Spirit Mountain to bow their heads to him. Even the Chan sect couldn't afford to offend Yi Xian, let alone the small Great Void sect. Just look at the 12 ancient golden immortals. How many disciples of the sages had died at the hands of Yi Tiandi? Therefore, how could the Great Void spiritual master and the others not be afraid? How could they not be afraid? Compared to their own dignity, the Taishuzhenren did not feel the slightest shame to simply kowtow to Shui Jie. After all, they did not want to die yet. Exalted immortals, please rise. The Shui Jie will definitely plead for you to Uncle Master. Although the Shui Jie had just entered the Earth Immortal realm, she wasn't stupid. She could tell that her Uncle Master was too terrifying in the Earth Immortal realm. He hadn't even appeared, but these people were already so terrified. Thank you, Immortal. Thank you, Immortal. The Great Void spiritual master wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and hurriedly stood up to send the Shui Jie out of the Great Void sect. He also asked the others to follow quickly. However, everyone looked extremely nervous. The outside world. Golden light covered the sky above. The war drums of the celestial court were beating. The god of thunder and the goddess of lightning were releasing thunder. The 28 mansions stood side by side. 100,000 celestial soldiers were silent. However, a terrifying murderous intent was pouring down on the Great Void sect. Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the Celestial Emperor's dermic carriage. He didn't reveal any aura around him. However, when he opened and closed his eyes, it was as if the stars in the heavens were shattering and rotating under his eyes. The Celestial Emperor descended and all living beings bowed their heads. In the Great Void mountain range, cultivators and immortals alike were all kneeling in various parts of the mountain range. Even the birds and beasts that hadn't gained intelligence were all prostrating on the ground. They didn't dare to make a sound. On the Great Void peak, the Great Void spiritual master bowed as he walked out of the Tao Palace. In front of him was Shui Jie. When Shui Jie saw the face in the sky, she was slightly stunned. I, the Great Void spiritual master, pay respects to Yi Tiandi. The Great Void spiritual master and his disciples all knelt down. They didn't dare to raise their heads even a little. Shui Jie, come. Unfortunately, Yi Xian wasn't moved by the Great Void spiritual master's greeting. He opened his eyes in the Celestial Emperor's dermic carriage. His sleeves moved the wind in clouds in the heavens and earth. A cloud of immortal clouds carried Shui Jie's body and floated towards him. In the sky, Shui Jie came to Yi Xian's side in a daze. When she saw the smile on Yi Xian's face, Shui Jie's dazed eyes gradually focused. Her eyes suddenly became a little red. The tears that had accumulated over thousands of years finally flowed out. Uncle Master. Shui Jie bowed her head. However, before she could do anything, Yi Xian smiled warmly. When his palm brushed past her, Shui Jie couldn't bow down. He even walked out of the Celestial Emperor's dermic carriage and rubbed Shui Jie's hair affectionately. Chapter 506. Brother Bai is my best friend. Since you're his disciple, you're Yi Xian's family. You've suffered for thousands of years, Yi Xian said with a sigh. No, no. Xue Jie didn't suffer at all. After thousands of years, Xue Jie felt as if she had met her only family member when she saw Yi Xian again. She finally showed a smile that she hadn't seen for a long time. Dear Celestial Emperor, the Great Void sect really didn't know that Fairy Xue Ji was the Celestial Emperor's apprentice niece. It was only because we had a traitorous disciple who committed such a disrespectful act. Now, I have crippled that traitorous disciple's cultivation and even broke her limbs. Now, I'm handing her over to the Celestial Emperor for punishment. Please calm your anger. The Great Void Spiritual Master kowtowed humbly. He even ordered people to drag Taoist Qing Shan and his disciple out like dead dogs and threw them on the Great Void Peak like trash. He was clearly apologizing to Yi Xian. How dare the Great Void sect offend their superiors? Their sins can only be forgiven by the extermination of their entire sect. The evil immortal Wang Qin was at the third heaven of Grand Luo and was a famous great master of both the evil Dao and the demonic Dao. Ever since he joined Yi Xian, he had been trying to show his loyalty to Yi Xian. At this moment, he was furious and looked at the Great Void Spiritual Master with a murderous gaze. The evil immortal Wang Qin wasn't the only one. The other Sky Inspector, Goddess Shiji, was also speaking coldly. She was ready to destroy the Great Void sect at any moment. Not to mention, the 28 mansions of the heavenly cycle were releasing their terrifying power. They were just waiting for Yi Xian's order to destroy the Great Void mountain range and make the Great Void sect disappear from the world. Fairy Xue Jie, save us. The Great Void Spiritual Master's face turned pale. He even begged Xue Jie for mercy, hoping that she could help them plead with Yi Xian so that they could avoid this calamity. Xue Jie, the disciple of Lu Bai, had a gentle and kind nature. She knew that the Taishu Zhenren wanted to kill her just now. If not for the arrival of Yi Xian, she would have died here. However, the Snow Girl couldn't bear to see others die tragically. She couldn't bear to see them die. She whispered to Yi Xian, "Martial uncle, why don't we just let it go? After all, they didn't hurt me." Haha. Yi Xian laughed out loud when he heard Xue Ji's words. He rubbed Xue Ji's hair and said in a calm voice, "Girl, you're too kind. You don't know that a person's heart is unfathomable. If Martial Uncle had not arrived in time today, you would have been killed by them." Hearing Yi Xian's words, Xue Jie lowered her head in shame. She knew that Yi Xian was right. "Xue Ji, allow Martial Uncle to teach you a lesson today. You must always remember that the so-called benevolence and kindness in the three dimensions are useless things. Only by stepping on the corpses of your enemies and moving forward step by step would you be able to ascend to the peak." Yi Xian's smile was no longer there. His voice was extremely cold. The space-time around them was collapsing. The might of the Celestial Emperor spread out in all directions with him as the origin point. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. The will of the Celestial Emperor suppressed all things. No one could go against it. No one dared to go against it. When Yi Xian's voice fell, the war drums of the Celestial Court beat violently. An aura that could kill all things was released. The 100,000 celestial soldiers raised their weapons and formed a golden cloud that covered the sky as they charged towards the Taishu mountain range. Run! There was no hesitation. They didn't dare to resist. When Yi Xian gave the order to kill, the Taishu Zhenren's face turned extremely pale. He knew that the Taishu Dao sect was completely finished today. This also caused him to form a beam of light and abandon his disciples as he frantically fled into the distance. "You want to leave? Have you asked for my permission?" The evil immortal of forgetfulness laughed savagely. His evil immortal light exploded in the void and blocked the Taishu Zhenren's path. A blood-colored heavenly sword shattered the void and came straight for the Taishu Zhenren. "Yi Tiandi, I'm a grand heavenly immortal of the Chan sect. Why must you kill me?" The Taishu Zhenren's face was pale in the face of the evil immortal of forgetfulness. He knew that he was no match for him. He even roared at Yi Xian, hoping that Yi Xian would let him go. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't take the Taishuzhenren, who was at the second heavenly layer of Grand Heavenly Immortal, seriously. The Chan sect's lineage wouldn't make Yi Xian feel the slightest bit of fear. I don't want to see a single living person in the Taishu mountain range in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Yi Xian's voice reverberated in all directions. The evil immortal of forgetfulness bowed and accepted the order. The evil immortal of forgetfulness as evil Tao burst forth and blasted towards the Taishuzhenren. Kill! The goddess of stone struck out with her palm, stopping Tai Tsang in Taiyu. As a golden immortal of the Jia sect who was at the third heavenly layer of Grand Heavenly Immortal, it was a piece of cake for her to suppress two Grand Heavenly Immortals at the first heavenly layer of Grand Heavenly Immortal. The 28 mansions of the heavenly cycle and the 100,000 celestial soldiers and generals fully displayed their ultimate power to kill all living things. Under the sprinkling of immortal light that filled the sky, countless disciples of the Taishu sect wailed in agony. Blood, blood, blood sprayed all over the sky. Light, resplendent immortal light exploded in the void, causing the mountains within 1,000,000 miles to crumble. The scene of flesh and blood flying everywhere was as terrifying as purgatory in the mortal world. The massacre continued as blood splattered everywhere. The Taishu mountain range was sealed within 1,000,000 miles. No one could escape from this Azura slaughterhouse because this was Yi Xian's will. Those who obey me will live, and those who defy me will die. Under the celestial emperor's will, all living things would bow their heads. This was Yi Xian's current stance, and also his celestial emperor's momentum. Immortals were crying and wailing, and the souls of the dead mourned. This was a shattered world, but it was also a world of blood. When the mountains within 1,000,000 miles were reduced to ashes, when the boundless earth was filled with ravines, the corpses of the hundreds of thousands of disciples of the Taishu sect were strewn all over the place. Their crimson blood rippled across the earth, filling the world with an extremely thick stench of blood. Die! The evil immortal of unruffled emotions was too terrifying. He lived up to his name as one of the great masters of both the evil Tao and the demonic Tao. His soul-destroying demonic light could destroy one's physical body and primordial spirit. When he fully displayed his cultivation, he directly destroyed the Taishu immortal soul. The goddess of stone, a grand heavenly immortal of the Jia sect, also possessed many great Taoist divine arts. She fought one against two and unleashed her immortal vanquishing art, ultimately killing the two Daoyuo Jingxian Tai Tsang and Taiyu in the void. The world was silent, and all living things were silent. In less than half an hour, there was not a single living thing left within 1,000,000 miles of the Taishu mountain range. The thick stench of blood soared into the sky, further proving that the celestial emperor's might was not to be violated. Above the firmament, in the void, Yi Xian had his hands behind his back, his jet-black hair draped behind his head. A gust of wind blew, causing his hair to flutter in the wind. The so-called destruction of the Taishu sect did not affect his state of mind at all. At this moment, Xueji bit her lips slightly. When she saw the scene of a sea of blood, she finally understood why the Taishu immortal was so afraid of Yi Xian. It turned out that her uncle master was already the lord of the three realms and had ascended to the position of celestial emperor. Anyone who went against his will would only end up dead. It was the same in the human realm and the earth immortal realm. It turned out that her uncle master was an existence who had ascended to the peak no matter where he was. Chapter 507. Mountains and rivers were destroyed, and all living beings perished. The Great Void sect, which had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, vanished without a trace. The war drums of the celestial court finally stopped. The 100,000 heavenly soldiers were silent, and the 28 mansions surrounded Yi Xian. The two inspector heavenly ambassadors stood on both sides of Yi Xian again. Celestial Emperor, the Great Void sect has been annihilated. Should we return to the celestial court? The evil immortal Wang Qing bowed. Although he was surrounded by a vicious aura, he still displayed an extremely respectful attitude towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian shook his head slowly and said, "We'll discuss the construction of the palace later." "Yes, Celestial Emperor." The evil immortal Wang Qing bowed and left. Under the lead of the two inspector heavenly ambassadors, the heavenly cycle's 28 lunar mansions cast all sorts of immortal spells. There were also 100,000 heavenly soldiers that transformed into yellow-scarf strongmen. They split mountains, split rocks, and cut rivers. Soon, a celestial thearcha's temporary residence rose from the ground and stretched across the world. The celestial emperor's palace shone with golden light. Vast immortal chi spread in all directions. The immeasurable aura made people feel like they were worshipping it. Xue Jie stared blankly at the palace that appeared out of thin air. She was in a daze and couldn't recover from her shock. "Xue Jie, follow me." Yi Xian smiled and walked into the celestial emperor's palace. Xue Jie suddenly came to her senses. She followed behind Yi Xian nervously and entered the celestial emperor's palace. 100,000 heavenly soldiers patrolled the vast heavens and the 28 mansions sat cross-legged in all directions of the celestial emperor's palace. There were also 2 inspector heavenly ambassadors standing guard on both sides of the palace's gate. Just this kind of power was unimaginable. Inside the celestial emperor's palace, Yi Xian sat on the emperor's throne. Xue Jie stood nervously in front of him, her hands fiddling with the corners of her clothes. Clearly, she hadn't seen Yi Xian for thousands of years. When Xue Jie saw that Yi Xian was already the celestial emperor of the 3 realms, she felt a sense of unfamiliarity. She also felt a great sense of reverence towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly as he looked at Xue Ji's uneasy expression. As the saying goes, it's lonely at the top. Although he didn't reveal any of the might of a celestial emperor in front of Xue Ji, when a person reached an unreachable height, even a former friend would have to look up to him. Although it wasn't that Yi Xian didn't understand this principle, he also felt something called loneliness. Heaven. Heaven Emperor. Xue Ji lowered her eyes and spoke with a trembling voice. "Lass, the title of Heaven Emperor is something that outsiders call you. You're the only disciple of Brother White Robes. You should be calling me Junior Master." Yi Xian sighed. Hearing Yi Xian's warm words, Xue Ji raised her head slightly as a look of joy appeared on her face. "Junior Master. Tell Junior Master. Why have you only just become an immortal after thousands of years?" Yi Xian asked curiously. Yi Xian couldn't be blamed for being suspicious. Back when he was chasing after Yang Jian and returning to the Earth immortal world, Xue Ji was already at the body integration cultivation state. Fatso Huang and the others weren't weak either. Based on his estimations, they would be able to become immortals and enter the Earth immortal world in less than 2,000 years. But now that he was already the Heaven Emperor, a full 6,500 years had passed. But, Xue Ji was the only one who had appeared in the Earth immortal world. How could Yi Xian not be curious? "Junior Master, there's something you don't know." Xue Ji's nervousness finally dissipated as she quickly informed Yi Xian about the situation in the mortal world. At the same time, Yi Xian finally understood the reason why Fatso Huang and the others were still in the mortal world. So, it's the immortal tribulation of the 9 heavens. After Xue Ji was done with her narration, Yi Xian nodded his head slowly. Finally, he understood the cause and effect. At the same time, he felt a sense of guilt towards Fatso Huang and the others. To be honest, back when Yi Xian was chasing after Yang Jian and returning to the Earth immortal world, he didn't have the time to return to the mortal world. When perfected being Yu Ding attacked him, he was severely injured and had to recuperate in the Earth immortal world. After that, he created the inverse immortal formation diagram and killed his way back to the celestial court, starting a great war in the celestial court. After that, he even destroyed Emperor Zhen Wu and killed perfected being Yu Ding. Then, he hid in the North Continent and transformed into Kong Li. He devoured many grand heavenly immortals and even started a massacre in the North Continent. All of that caused him to go into seclusion for 3,000 years. It was only until he ascended to the position of the Heavenly Emperor that he finally had some free time. As for Xueji, she had also gone through a lot to come to the Earth Immortal World to look for him. The Mortal World. Yi Xian mumbled to himself. Memories from the distant past surfaced in his mind, causing the aura around Yi Xian to feel even more lonely. The Mortal World was the place where Yi Xian was born and raised. It was also his ancestral ground. His family in the Mortal World lived there, as well as his former subordinates. It was a pity that his family was no longer around. Even Liu Bai, whom he regarded as his only close friend, was no longer in the Mortal World. The only people he could interact with were his subordinates in the Mortal World. It's time to go back and take a look. It's also time to completely eliminate the hidden dangers in the Mortal World, Yi Xian mumbled to himself. His aura was slightly gloomy. Uncle Master, Fatso Huang and the others are in the late-stage tribulation transcendence stage. They might not be able to suppress their cultivation and attract the immortal tribulation of the 9 heavens at any time. Let's set off quickly, Xuejie said anxiously. All right. Yi Xian got up from the emperor's throne and strode out of the celestial emperor's palace. Xuejie quickly followed behind him. Outside the celestial emperor's palace, 2 inspector heavenly ambassadors stood to the left and right of the Golden Gate, acting as the guards of the celestial emperor's palace. They were Daoyuo Jinxian's people. There were only a handful of people in the 3 realms who could make them guard the palace. When Yi Xian walked out of the celestial emperor's palace, the 2 inspector heavenly ambassadors bowed. I will be leaving for a period of time. Return to the celestial court first, Yi Xian said calmly. The 2 inspector heavenly ambassadors were slightly stunned when they heard Yi Xian's words. The evil immortal of forgetfulness bowed to Yi Xian and said, Celestial Emperor, you are the ruler of the 3 realms. May I know what matter requires you to come personally? Your humble servant may only be at the 3rd firmament of Grand Heavenly Realm, but as long as the Celestial Emperor commands, I will definitely take the lead. How can I trouble you to come personally? That's right, Celestial Emperor. Unless it's someone from the 2nd firmament of Grand Heavenly Realm, we might not be their match. However, as long as it's someone below the 3rd firmament of Grand Heavenly Realm, you can just leave it to the 2 of us, Goddess of Stone echoed. Upon hearing their words, Yi Xian smiled and said, I know of your loyalty, but there are some things that require me to do personally. Return to the celestial court now. As Yi Xian said that, the 2 inspector heavenly ambassadors did not dare to speak further. They knew what they should and should not ask. They immediately left with their orders and gathered 100,000 heavenly soldiers and the 28 lunar mansions. They rose into a golden cloud and returned to the celestial court. The matters of the human realm were Yi Xian's secret. Even though he was the celestial emperor, he did not wish for anyone to know of the existence of the human realm. Therefore, he had to personally make the trip to the human realm. Let's go. The grand heavenly immortal light surged out and enveloped Xuejie. When Yi Xian took a step forward, the space-time around him changed as the 2 instantly vanished from their original spot. The retrograde passageway. Within the gloomy door, there were howling gales, thunder, and fire. Yi Xian strolled through the retrograde passageway. Under his protection, Xuejie's face was filled with excitement. She looked at Yi Xian's back with eyes full of admiration. Master, did you see that? More than 6,000 years have passed and Martial Uncle has already become the celestial emperor of the 3 realms. If you knew about this in the underworld, you would be smiling in the underworld. Xuejie's eyes turned red as Liu Bai's face and voice appeared in her mind. She finally understood why her master valued Yi Xian so much. Even if he had to spend hundreds of years and his own soul dispersing, he still wanted her to pass the inverse immortal formation diagram to Yi Xian. Her master, Lu Bai, was right. Yi Xian, whom her master regarded as a close friend, did not disappoint him. In the earth immortal realm where immortals, demons, and demons roamed the land, Yi Xian was already an existence that stood at the peak. Buzz. When they reached the end of the retrograde passageway, a ray of light bloomed in front of them, causing Xue Jie to suddenly wake up. However, tears unknowingly flowed down from the corner of her eyes. These were tears of joy and relief for her master, Lu Bai. Chapter 508. The Human Realm. Dozens of death guards from the mansion of the dead sat cross-legged in the void. Fatso Huang and Gu Beichen stood side by side. They had been standing in the retrograde passage for a full 10 years. Other than cultivating and meditating to suppress their realms every day, they looked anxiously at the retrograde passage, hoping that the person they had been waiting for thousands of years would appear once again. Rumble. Suddenly, the world turned dark and the surroundings shook. The boundless world collapsed inch by inch. The incomplete laws of this world were completely disrupted, as if an extremely terrifying entity was descending upon this world. Buzz. The retrograde passageway was opening, and the gloomy door was glowing. A slender figure walked out from the retrograde passageway. When he appeared, the space-time of this world was distorted to the extreme, as if the world was about to collapse. Yi Xian was dressed in black, and his jet-black hair hung behind his head. Although there was no aura leaking out from his body, the entire human world was rumbling and trembling. It was as if his appearance had caused the will of the world to be terrified to the extreme. 10,000 years in a glance, an empty dream. When Yi Xian's appearance was reflected in the eyes of Fatso Huang and the others, whether it was Fatso Huang, Gu Beichen, or the death guards from the mansion of the dead, everyone felt as if they had fallen into a dream. However, their bodies could not help but tremble slightly. It was as if they had fallen into a dream. They could not believe it. When Yi Xian appeared in front of them, everyone's fists were clenched tightly. They even had the urge to roar at the sky. It was said that men did not cry easily. However, Fatso Huang and the others' eyes were red and a large amount of mist appeared in their eyes. This mist turned into a line of clear tears that slowly flowed out from the corners of their eyes. Sir. Fatso Huang finally could not control his emotions. The thousands of years of waiting made him cry out loud. He was like a childish child who had been away from home for many years and finally saw his closest kin. Sir, you're finally back. Gu Beichen's body trembled and tears appeared in his tiger-like eyes. He even bowed to Yi Xian and the death guards all bowed to Yi Xian. The vicissitudes of life, the vicissitudes of time, yet you are still alive. How wonderful. Looking at his former subordinate, even though Yi Xian was a cold-hearted person, something called being moved grew in his heart. In the end, he blurted out these words. Sir, Fatso Huang kowtows to you. Fatso Huang's body was bloated. Thousands of years had passed, and his face was covered with vicissitudes of life. However, at this moment, he was crying and kowtowing to Yi Xian. This also proved how emotional he was. You rascal, get up quickly. Yi Xian strolled over and helped Fatso Huang up. With a wave of his hand, Gu Beichen and the rest could no longer kneel. Brother Huang, Xue Ji did not let you down. Xue Ji's cheerful voice sounded. Her beautiful face was also filled with joy. Happy laughter and tears of joy. When Yi Xian returned to the human realm, the worry on the faces of Fatso Huang and the rest disappeared. They all gathered around Yi Xian and chattered non-stop. It was as if they wanted to tell him how much they missed Yi Xian in the past thousands of years. Looking at Fatso Huang and the rest in front of him, Yi Xian could not stop smiling. Only Fatso Huang and the rest made him feel a sense of familiarity. After all, before he became an immortal, Fatso Huang and the rest had always been by his side. From Fatso Huang and the rest's narration, Yi Xian had a rough understanding of what had happened in the human realm in the past thousands of years. The former Wuan agency, Qing Long Tianyu, and the rest had already died under the passage of time. Tieli and Ling Long had extraordinary aptitudes, but their souls had dissipated during the 9 heavens immortal tribulations. There were also many former subordinates of Yi Xian in the underworld. Some of them had died in battle, while others had died of old age in the mortal world. Although those with extraordinary aptitudes had cultivated to the late stage of the tribulation stage, they still fell under the immortal tribulations. Everything had changed. People and things of the past had been annihilated in the long river of time. Only Fatso Huang and the rest still believed that Yi Xian would return. They had been suppressing their cultivation and waiting for Yi Xian's return. This made Yi Xian sigh. Time was the most ruthless. Not only could it take away a person's life, it could also bury everything. Perhaps after thousands of years, the human realm would only be a piece of ancestral land in the depths of Yi Xian's memories. Mister, are you sure you can help us pass the 9 heavens immortal tribulations? Fatso Huang asked worriedly. Before Yi Xian could answer, Shui Jie excitedly said, Brother Huang, you don't know. In the Earth immortal realm, Martial Uncle is, unfortunately, before Shui Jie could finish, Yi Xian interrupted her with a smile, all of you are in the late stage of the tribulation stage. Your bodies are filled with true essence. If you attract the immortal tribulations now, I naturally have a way to help you all become immortals. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Fatso Huang and the rest were stunned. They looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. It was no wonder that Fatso Huang and the rest were so worried. One had to know that the 9 heavens immortal tribulations were extremely terrifying. In the past thousands of years, countless tribulation stage cultivators had died under the immortal tribulations. No one could survive. Now, Yi Xian wanted them to attract the 9 heavens immortal tribulations together. This was simply unimaginable. They were extremely worried. Mister, are you sure you can help us pass the 9 heavens immortal tribulations together? Fatso Huang asked with a trembling voice. Looking at Fatso Huang's panicked look, Yi Xian smiled and said, What's wrong? We haven't seen each other for thousands of years. Don't you have any confidence in me? How can I not believe you, mister? I will attract the immortal tribulations now. Fatso Huang had always had blind trust in Yi Xian. This also made him grin. Without any reservation, he directly revealed his cultivation at the late stage of the tribulation stage. At the same time, Gu Beichen and the rest also looked at each other and smiled. They had already suppressed their cultivation to the extreme. They no longer held back. Rumble. More than 10 cultivators in the tribulation stage released their cultivation, which also made the world roar. However, as time went by, Fatso Huang and the rest were stunned. The sky was clear and the wind was gentle. The so-called 9 heavens immortal tribulations did not come. There was no change in the world. Even the spiritual qi in the world did not fluctuate. What's going on? Fatso Huang said in shock. Obviously, this situation made him extremely puzzled. Interesting. It seems that the will of the world is so suppressed by me that it doesn't even dare to send the 9 heavens immortal tribulations. Yi Xian sighed. He already knew what was going on. As the Daluo Jingxian, Yi Xian could destroy the human world with a thought. Although he did not reveal any power at the moment, how could the will of the world not feel his horror? How could it dare to send the 9 heavens immortal tribulations in front of him? Tribulations come. Suddenly, Yi Xian's palm brushed through the air, causing the winds and clouds in the entire human world to change. The boundless sky suddenly darkened, and the terrifying lightning wreaked havoc in the clouds. There were even heaven-burning flames burning in the air. Chapter 509. Rumble. The laws of heaven and earth were suppressed, and the boundless spiritual qi was in chaos. Under the control of Yi Xian, the immortal thunder and heavenly fire were falling, striking towards Fatso Huang and the others in horror. Crack! Something amazing happened. The immortal thunder and heavenly fire attacked Fatso Huang and the others, but it did not cause them any harm. Instead, it nourished their bodies, and an unimaginably pure immortal power was changing their primordial spirits and bodies. Fatso Huang and the others could not believe that such a strange thing was really happening to them. However, the comfortable feeling that came from their bodies and minds intoxicated them, and the spiritual qi around them turned into the celestial light. In fact, Fatso Huang and the others did not know that the so-called immortal tribulation of the 9 heavens was extremely terrifying. If they tried to pass it by themselves, they would be courting death. However, Yi Xian's appearance changed everything. He could even suppress the will of heaven and earth, and controlling the so-called immortal tribulation of the 9 heavens was as easy as drinking water. After half a day, the boundless black clouds dissipated, and the immortal thunder and heavenly fire dissipated without a trace. Fatso Huang and the others were covered by the celestial light, and they were all sitting cross-legged in the void, breathing in and out spiritual qi. Obviously, with the help of Yi Xian, they had directly become celestial immortals, and had broken away from their mortal bodies. Sir! Fatso Huang suddenly opened his eyes, and when his eyes opened and closed, there was a flash of immortal light, and an extremely excited expression appeared on his face. How long had it been? More than 6,000 years. He had finally become an immortal. Not only him, Fatty Huang, but Gu Beichen and the dozen or so death god's personal guards had also become immortals. From now on, they would truly be able to follow Yi Xian. How could this not make Fatty Huang extremely excited? Early stage celestial immortal, not bad. When you enter the earth immortal realm and the laws of heaven and earth are complete, your cultivation should be able to increase greatly. Looking at the celestial light on Fatso Huang and the others, Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. However, he did not tell Fatso Huang and the others that their current cultivation was not worth mentioning in the earth immortal realm. Yi Xian had long thought of this. As the master of the 3 realms, he was in charge of the 33 celestial court. He had the peaches of immortality in his hands, and the immortal elixirs from the Tushita palace. He could allow Fatso Huang and the others to increase their cultivation in an extremely short amount of time. However, Yi Xian did not say this now. He could only wait until he returned to the celestial court. Then, Yi Xian would focus on cultivating Fatso Huang and the others. After all, these people were his loyal subordinates in the past. Although Yi Xian did not trust anyone and had a cold temperament, he still had feelings for Fatso Huang and the others. This was also the reason why no one could replace Fatso Huang and the others. Sir, can we go to the earth immortal realm with you now? Fatso Huang calmed his excitement and hurriedly asked Yi Xian. He was deeply afraid that Yi Xian would leave alone again and repeat the events of the past. The human realm. Yi Xian placed his hands behind his back and looked at the entire human realm with his Dharma eyes. A touch of vicissitudes flashed across his eyes. Since I'm back, I'll take a look at the homeland where I was born and raised. I wonder if their graves still exist in the human realm after thousands of years. Yi Xian let out a sigh. He took a step forward and walked into the distance, causing Fatty Huang and the others to quickly follow. Green mountains and clear waters, birds chirping and flowers fragrant. This was a beautiful valley. A dense bamboo forest rippled in the blue waves. Yi Xian strolled in the bamboo forest. Fatso Huang and the others followed behind him. When Yi Xian reached the depths of the bamboo forest, several graves appeared in front of him. Yi Ling, Er's grave, Mother Ye's grave, and of course, Tuoba Yuntian and his son's grave. Thousands of years had passed. The tombstones had long been corroded. The names engraved on them had become extremely blurry. However, at this moment, no one made a sound. No one dared to disturb Yi Xian. Yi Ling, Mother Yi. These were Yi Xian's only relatives. However, they had all died thousands of years ago. When Yi Xian stood in front of the graves of his relatives, his eyes drifted. A touch of loneliness and sorrow flashed across his eyes. He fell into an indescribable state. If Yi Xian was asked who he felt the most guilty towards in his life, it would be these two closest relatives. He had not been able to be a son. Even when Mother Yi was on her deathbed, he had not been by her side. As Yi Ling, her's brother, he had personally destroyed her happy family. The Tuoba family had vanished overnight. He had even personally seen his little sister commit suicide in front of him. This was the pain of Yi Xian's life. Little sister, mother, I'm back. Yi Xian muttered to himself. His voice was slightly hoarse. A decadent aura appeared around him. Only at this moment would Yi Xian show such a weak appearance. This was because for thousands of years, he had always been bathed in blood. He had swept away all his enemies. He had a will that would never admit defeat. However, when he faced the graves of his deceased relatives, his unswerving determination turned to nothing. He finally showed his human side. Yi Xian did not deliberately hide this state. This was because he was a human. Although he could be cruel and merciless, and could kill millions of creatures, there was still a weak spot in his heart. The stars moved, and the sun and moon alternated. Yi Xian stood there for 7 days and 7 nights. He seemed to have turned into an immovable rock. This made Fatso Huang and the others watch worriedly. They were afraid that Yi Xian would be too sad. When the sun rose on the 8th day, the sound of light footsteps came from behind them. This made Fatso Huang and the others' expressions change. They did not know why someone would appear in this valley. Who are you? A surprised voice rang out. A middle-aged man and woman were leading a young man towards the crowd. The voice also came from the middle-aged man's mouth. Clang! A ray of light shot out from the middle-aged man and turned into a spirit sword in his hand. The woman took out a red caltrip and looked nervously at Fatso Huang and the others. Clearly, this middle-aged man and woman were not mortals. They were cultivators through and through. However, their cultivation was not very high. They were only at the golden core stage. Freeze! Fatso Huang frowned. He pointed with his finger and fixed the middle-aged man and woman in place. Clearly, he could not allow anyone to disturb Yi Xian at a time like this. Father, mother, what's wrong? The young man was clearly their son. When he saw that his father and mother had been fixed in place, his young face suddenly became flustered. He even took out a sword to protect his father and mother. Who are you? What did you do to my father and mother? The young man trembled as he shouted. He looked at Fatso Huang and the others with fear in his eyes. Let them go. Suddenly, without waiting for Fatty Huang and the others to make a move, Yi Xian's unmoving body slowly turned around. When he opened and closed his eyes, he also looked at the family of 3. Chapter 5:10. Yes, sir. Fatso Huang was slightly stunned, but he still quickly cast a spell to remove the restrictions on the couple. The couple hurriedly pulled the young man and retreated in horror. They looked at Fatso Huang and the others with extremely solemn gazes. The couple were both immortal cultivators. Although their cultivation levels were not high, they still had good eyesight. Although they could not see the cultivation levels of Fatso Huang and the others, their aura alone made them feel endless fear in their hearts. Clearly, these people were extremely powerful immortal cultivators. Tap, tap, tap. Yi Xian strolled over without any aura around him, as if he was immortal. However, the couple saw that these people with terrifying auras were all bowing to Yi Xian. Your surname is Yi? Yi Xian asked in a slightly fluctuating voice when he arrived in front of the couple. Junior Yi Tian is here today to worship our ancestors with my wife and son. If we have offended Senior in any way, please forgive us. Yi Tian hurriedly bowed, but the spirit light around his body was fluctuating. If Yi Xian wanted to attack his wife and son, he would be able to counterattack very quickly. Yi Tian. Yi Xian nodded. Through his bloodline, he could completely sense that this person was a descendant of the Yi family. Who is Yi Ping to you? Yi Xian asked calmly. Yi Ping is my ancestor. Senior, you are. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Yi Tian was slightly stunned. He then raised his eyes slightly to look at Yi Xian, and a trace of bewilderment flashed across his eyes. It was familiar, as if he had seen this person before, but Yi Tian could not recall where. However, the person standing in front of him gave him an extremely amiable feeling. You are indeed a descendant of my younger brother. Yi Xian nodded. He did not expect that today, thousands of years later, there were still members of the Yi family living in the world, and their bloodline had not been cut off. You are quite thoughtful. Yi Ping has been dead for thousands of years, but you still know to come and worship your ancestors. Yi Xian sighed, and his eyes were slightly drifting, as if he was recalling the past when he was a teenager. It was an autumn day with withered leaves and a bleak autumn wind. On a haystack, the two brothers sat with their backs against each other. Yi Ping's childish words rang in Yi Xian's ears. Brother, wait until the day I become successful. I will definitely let mother, little sister, and you live a happy life. The sonorous and forceful vow and the youthful determination were the images in the depths of Yi Xian's memory. Yi Xian's youthful appearance also appeared in his mind. Yi Xian's family was no longer with him. Along the way, he only had the wind and the moon to accompany him. Behind him, there were only graves. The people and things of the past only existed in his memory. A single person, a single path, filled with endless vicissitudes of life and endless desolation. He could only step on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood as he moved forward, and the only thing he left behind for the world was a lonely and bleak figure. Immortal ascension. What a tempting word. But who would know the helplessness and loneliness you would feel when you saw your loved ones die in front of you with your own eyes? Buddha said, there are 7 sufferings in life: greed, anger, infatuation, resentment, separation, unrequited love. Buddha said, life is bitter in the world. However, Buddha forgot to say, the path to immortality is long, accompanied by the wind. Years have passed, and we will never meet again. This is the greatest sorrow and hatred in life, 6,500 years. Perhaps in the eyes of immortals, it was just a process of cultivation, but in Yi Xian's eyes, he had experienced too much in the past 6,500 years. He rose from the sea of blood and revived from death. He came to the mortal world from the sea of blood and walked from the mortal world to the earth immortal realm. Today, 6,500 years later, he finally ascended to the position of the celestial emperor and stood at the top of the 3 realms. He was peerless in his generation and could be said to be unprecedented. This was Yi Xian's life. But when he suddenly looked back, his loved ones were no longer around. There was no one left in the world. Besides his subordinates who revered him, there was no one by his side who understood him. The loneliness around Yi Xian became even stronger, causing Fatty Huang and the others to be worried. As for the family of 3, they looked at Yi Xian with complicated gazes. They didn't know why this mysterious person in front of them was so sad. The moon waxed and waned, and all was silent. When the sun set, a crescent moon rose. Moonlight poured down like ripples, illuminating the bamboo forest without a speck of dust. Yi Xian's thoughts also returned at this moment. Buzz. Yi Xian waved his hand, and the void rippled slightly. A white jade slip appeared, and Yi Xian handed it to the young man in front of him. This cultivation method is not a powerful cultivation method, but it allows one to cultivate steadily to the celestial immortal stage without the risk of qi deviation. This can be considered a gift from me to the descendants of the Yi clan, Yi Xian said calmly. The young man took the jade slip in a daze, and then looked at his parents nervously. This made Yi Tian quickly come back to his senses. He pulled the young man and bowed to Yi Xian. Thank you for your generous gift, senior. May I know senior's name? Do you know the ancestors of our Yi clan? Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not answer Yi Tian's question. Instead, he smiled and walked out of the bamboo forest. Fatso Huang and the others quickly followed. It was not until Yi Xian and the others disappeared in the bamboo forest that the family of three came back to their senses. Father, who is this person? The young man held the jade slip and asked his father in confusion. Brother Tian, why do I feel like I've seen this person somewhere before? Li Xiaoya asked in confusion, as if she was searching for memories of Yi Xian. All of a sudden, Li Xiaoya's expression changed drastically, and her eyes froze. She then suddenly looked at Yi Tian and said in an extremely anxious voice, Brother Tian, take a photo. Looking at how anxious his wife was, Yi Tian was stunned and he asked in puzzlement, Xiaoya, don't be anxious. Tell me slowly, what photo is it? Brother Tian. It's a photo of Yi Ping's ancestor when he was young. It's the photo that has been passed down in the Yi clan, Li Xiaoya said in a trembling voice, as if she had discovered something major. Hearing his wife's anxious words, Yi Tian's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly opened the Meru space. An extremely well-preserved but yellowed photo appeared in Yi Tian's hand. It was a black and white photo that was extremely old. It was a family photo. In the photo, there was a young Mrs. Yi, a tender Yi Ling, and Yi Ping's youthful appearance. However, at this moment, the couple gasped and stood rooted to the ground. In the black and white photo, there was a young man with a determined expression on his face. He was holding his younger brother and sister's shoulders and smiling at the couple. He was Yi Xian in his youth. Although Yi Xian's appearance was slightly different from when he was a teenager, the changes were not that obvious. When the two faces merged into one in the couple's mind, it also made their bodies tremble violently. He's Yi Xian's ancestor. Suddenly, Yi Tian cried out in shock. He fell to the ground powerlessly and stared at the photo in his hand. His entire being became speechless. It's Yi Xian's ancestor, it must be Yi Xian's ancestor. There has always been a legend among the ancestors that when ancestor Yi Xian became an immortal and left, he even created a new era for the world. That was how cultivators appeared in the world. I initially thought that this legend was fake, but now it seems that there's no falsehood at all. Yi Tian murmured while trembling. He was already so agitated that he couldn't put his words into words. Hurry, Lin, hurry and see what kind of technique is in this jade slip, Li Xiaoya said excitedly and hurriedly told the young man to open the cultivation technique in the jade slip. Seeing how agitated his parents were, the young man dared not delay at all. He hurriedly injected spiritual power into the jade slip in his hand, and the next scene made the family of three completely dumbfounded. Buzz. Immortal light circulated and spiritual text appeared. Mysterious runes spread out and immortal music echoed in the ears of the family of three. The immortal music that came from the jade slip actually made the cultivation level of the family of three increase rapidly. That made them dumbfounded and speechless. Immortal scripture, it's an immortal scripture. He really is Yi Xian's ancestor. Yi Tian's face flushed red. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. His eyes were red at this moment, and large amounts of tears flowed out of his eyes. He cried loudly in the bamboo forest, hoping that Yi Xian would reappear in front of him. Unfortunately, Yi Xian never intended to reunite with the descendants of the Yi family. No matter how much Yi Tian begged, Yi Xian never appeared in front of him. Chapter 5:11. Yi Xian strolled in the sky, followed by Fatso Huang and the others. Along the way, half of the human world was seen by Yi Xian, but the aura around Yi Xian's body became more and more indifferent. The human world was still the human world, but there were no people or things familiar to Yi Xian in the boundless secular world, which made Yi Xian gradually indifferent to the human world. Jiangnan City. Technology and cultivation coexisted. Although the two paths were different, they went hand in hand. From time to time, cultivators could be seen passing by in the sky, and magnetic levitation airships shuttled back and forth in the air. Yi Xian strolled in the sky, overlooking Jiangnan City below, but he could no longer find the familiar scene in his memory. Which cultivator is so unruly, ignoring the no-fly order? Suddenly, a dozen streamers rose into the sky and appeared directly in front of Yi Xian and the others. The leader was a young woman with a curvaceous body and an extremely stunning appearance. Get lost. Fatso Huang did not have the so-called protective feelings for the fairer sex. At this moment, Yi Xian was revisiting the old place. How could he let these ants disturb him? Fatso Huang coldly scolded them. How dare you? Being scolded by Fatso Huang, the young woman was slightly stunned. Then, she came back in an instant, with shame and anger on her face. A dozen cultivators instantly surrounded Yi Xian and the others in the center. You are courting death. Fatso Huang's face instantly darkened. The divine light around him was faintly emitting, which made the world rumble and shake. The power of an immortal was undoubtedly revealed, as if he would kill all these people in front of him in the next moment. Immortal. Immortal. When the young woman saw the divine light around Fatso Huang, her shame and anger instantly turned into horror. Her beautiful eyes were wide open, full of fear. How is this possible? How can you be an immortal? The young woman was horrified. However, when she saw Gu Beichen and the others, she felt her entire body go limp. That was because, at this moment, not only had Fatso Huang revealed his cultivation level as a celestial immortal, but Gu Beichen and the 10 or so members of the Mansion of the Dead were also radiating with immortal light. When the young woman saw over 10 heavenly immortals appear before her, it simply caused her to feel as if she had fallen into a dream, and she was unable to wake up for a long time. Bing! Suddenly, a beam of light shot up into the sky from Jiangnan City, and a woman with a graceful figure quietly appeared in the void. When this person appeared, Fatty Huang and the others were stunned, and the immortal light around them slowly dissipated. Moss. Master, they're immortals. The young woman cried out in horror. She instantly arrived in front of her master and looked at Yi Xian and the others with an even more terrified expression. Yun Mengyao. An old friend from the past. An old friend so long ago that Yi Xian had almost forgotten her existence. If Yi Xian remembered correctly, this woman was once Yi Ling's teacher when he returned to the city from the Blood Sea battlefield. She had interacted with him and his family many times. However, Yi Xian did not expect that after thousands of years, Yun Mengyao was still alive in this world and even appeared in front of him at this moment. At this moment. Not only did Yi Xian recognize the people who had come, but Yun Mengyao was also slightly startled when she saw Fatso Huang and the others. However, when she saw Yi Xian from the corner of her eye, she seemed to have turned into a clay puppet and no longer made any sound. Long time no see, Yi Xian said gently. Long time no see. Yun Mengyao woke up from her daze and regained her cool appearance. However, if one looked carefully, they would discover that her fists were slightly clenched and her fingernails dug into her palms without her noticing. This proved that Yun Mengyao was not as calm as she appeared to be. After thousands of years, the two of them met again and greeted each other. Then, they became silent. I never thought that I would be able to see you again in my lifetime. After a dozen breaths, Yun Mengyao broke the silence first. Yes, it's been more than 6,000 years. It's fate that we can meet again. Yi Xian sighed. He could not help but sigh in his heart. Perhaps Yun Mengyao was the last old friend he had in the human world. Listening to the conversation between her master and Yi Xian, Li Bing's eyes were filled with shock. She looked at Yi Xian with an extremely shocked gaze because she had always heard Yun Mengyao mention a man. Ever since she followed Yun Mengyao, she had always remembered the legend of this man. Li Bing was extremely intelligent. She could completely understand from the conversation between the two that this mysterious man was most likely the man her master had always mentioned. This made her secretly look at Yi Xian curiously. We haven't seen each other for thousands of years. Don't you want to come over to my place? Yun Mengyao invited with a smile. However, she bit her lips slightly. Clearly, she also knew that Yi Xian was too heartless and might refuse her invitation. Okay. Yi Xian smiled and did not refuse Yun Mengyao's invitation. After all, Yun Mengyao might be the last old friend he had in the human world. A small house with flowing water. The sound of wind chimes. This was a manor with mountains and rivers. It was filled with an ancient charm and was also Yun Mengyao's residence. The stream gurgled endlessly, the willows swayed in the wind, and there was a large amount of vegetation planted everywhere. In the pavilion, Yi Xian and Yun Mengyao sat opposite each other. There were 2 jade cups and a jug of jade wine. There was nothing else. Yun Mengyao lifted the jug of wine and filled their cups. The wine was dark green and slightly viscous. It rippled slightly in the wine cups and emitted an intoxicating wine fragrance. Please. Yun Mengyao held the cup with both hands and raised her head to drink the wine. Yi Xian lightly smiled as he poured the wine into his mouth. For a moment, the two of them were speechless, and the atmosphere became slightly oppressive. In fact, Yi Xian was not stupid. He could completely see a trace of emotion in Yun Mengyao's eyes. Although Yun Mengyao tried her best to hide it, Yi Xian's mind was extremely sensitive. How could he not feel it? Yi Xian, have you ever liked me? Even if it was just a little bit. Yun Mengyao lowered her eyes and drank the wine in the cup again. She finally said the words that had been in her heart for thousands of years. She raised her head and looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't expect Yun Mengyao to be so straightforward. This made him slightly stunned and he didn't know how to answer Yun Mengyao's question. In the past, the two had interacted. Mother Yi also wanted to promote a good thing between him and Yun Mengyao. However, back then, Yi Xian only wanted to become an immortal and didn't care about the so-called love between men and women. Is it really so hard to answer? Looking at Yi Xian's silence, Yun Mengyao laughed self-deprecatingly. Her eyes were slightly red at this moment. On this day, no one knew what the two talked about. However, when Yi Xian walked out of the pavilion, a faint sobbing sound came from the small house. The 6 desires were emotionless and the heaven and earth were heartless. This was the path that Yi Xian wanted to walk. He didn't care about the love of the mortal world. Although Yun Mengyao did have feelings for him, Yi Xian didn't want to be tainted by these feelings. Chapter 5:12. What was love in this world? It made people pledge their lives to each other. To Yi Xian, love was nothing more than a lowly and laughable thing. He had never fallen in love with any woman. What was love? In Yi Xian's creed, love was nothing more than bullshit. Xia Qingzhu, a name Yi Xian had almost forgotten. She was his childhood sweetheart, but so what? In Yi Xian's memories, he had personally wrung Xia Qingzhu's neck and sent both father and daughter to hell. From that moment on, the word love was nothing more than a joke to Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't believe in love at all. Yun Mengyao. Yi Xian had to admit that this woman was as gentle as water and indeed had feelings for him. However, to Yi Xian, Yun Mengyao still couldn't forget him after thousands of years. Her so-called feelings for him might just be a kind of longing that couldn't be obtained. Moreover, in Yi Xian's mind, if he had been immortal back then, Yun Mengyao wouldn't have taken a fancy to him at all. The main reason was that he had swept away all his enemies along the way and was now the celestial emperor of the three realms. To put it bluntly, a woman's so-called love was nothing more than a man's strength. Although Yi Xian's thoughts were a little extreme, this was the truest feeling in his heart. Outside the flowing water villa, Fatso Huang and the others were sitting cross-legged in the void. When Yi Xian walked out of the flowing water villa, Fatso Huang and the others quickly got up. However, when they looked at Yi Xian, a complicated look flashed through their eyes. Obviously, Fatso Huang and the others were very familiar with the past between Yun Mengyao and Yi Xian. In fact, they also wanted Yun Mengyao to become Yi Xian's partner. However, only Yi Xian had walked out of the flowing water villa. This also proved that Yi Xian hadn't accepted Yun Mengyao's feelings. Yi Xian. Suddenly, just as Yi Xian was about to leave, a sorrowful female voice came from behind him. This also made Yi Xian stop and frown slightly. Yi Xian had already made it very clear that the two of them were only friends. Perhaps they couldn't even be considered friends because he hadn't interacted with Yun Mengyao back then. If there was any interaction between them, it would be because Yun Mengyao was Yi Ling's teacher. Because of Yi Ling's studies, the two of them had a brief contact. Yi Xian, has your heart always been so ruthless? Yun Mengyao was in tears. She had waited for thousands of years. Yi Xian's figure had always been engraved in the depths of her mind. During these thousands of years, there had been men pursuing her. She had also tried to forget Yi Xian, but these men were worlds apart from Yi Xian. She had also been waiting. She believed that Yi Xian would return from the immortal realm, so she wanted to ask him personally. However, in the flowing water villa, Yi Xian heartlessly rejected her, which hurt her greatly and made her feel deeply unreconciled. Thousands of years of waiting in exchange for Yi Xian's heartless words. Even though Yun Mengyao was a gentle woman, how could she be reconciled? In the void, Yi Xian slowly turned around and looked indifferently at Yun Mengyao. Even though her face was full of tears, he didn't move at all. Go back. You are already in the late stage of the tribulation realm. With the 9 dragons fire shield I gave you, you can safely pass through the 9 heavenly tribulations, Yi Xian said calmly. Yi Xian, let me follow you. Even if you don't love me, let me be your maid. Yun Mengyao's voice trembled. She bit her lips until they bled. She looked hopefully at Yi Xian, only hoping that Yi Xian would nod to her. Unfortunately, Yun Mengyao's hopeful eyes gradually turned into despair because Yi Xian didn't make any move to agree. She could feel Yi Xian's cold gaze. 3,000 years of prosperity passed in the blink of an eye. The love in the world has nothing to do with me. If you want to reach the peak of the immortal realm, the so-called love can only be the biggest inner demon on your path of cultivation. The 6 desires were emotionless. Heaven and earth were heartless. There was no indecisiveness or ambiguity. Yi Xian's voice was cold and straightforward. He suddenly turned around. Yi Xian took a step forward. Ripples blossomed under his feet. Space and time were in chaos as he shot off into the distance. This made Fatso Huang and the others sigh helplessly. They then quickly followed Yi Xian. Yun Mengyao's eyes were filled with despair as she watched Yi Xian's departing figure. Her heart was extremely bitter. Tears flowed uncontrollably from her beautiful eyes. She collapsed to the ground powerlessly. Meeting was fate, but not meeting was also fate. With a single thought, all rivers and mountains would be filled with love. With a single thought, the world would be filled with no love. To Yi Xian, even the number 1 beauty of the 3 realms, the Moon Fairy, couldn't make him fall in love, let alone Yun Mengyao. This was because Yi Xian's love had long been buried when he was young. Of course, Yi Xian was also a man. He naturally had male needs. However, Yi Xian's standards were extremely high. Only the moon fairy could arouse the flames in his heart. As for love, it didn't exist in the slightest. In a nameless valley, there was no one. Everything was silent. There was a tomb and a tombstone. The tombstone was already weathered. The inscription was also a little blurry. However, the words Lu Bai's tomb could be vaguely seen. Yi Xian was dressed in black. His black hair hung behind his head. When the wind blew, his hair fluttered in the wind. The hem of his clothes fluttered. Yi Xian sat cross-legged. Ripples blossomed in the void. Jars of fine wine were placed on the ground. Yi Xian casually opened the wine seal and poured a large amount of wine into his mouth. As the wine entered his stomach, Yi Xian exhaled turbid air. He looked at the tomb with a slightly sad expression. "Brother Bai, I'm here to see you," Yi Xian murmured in a low voice. Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the bleak wind. As the wine entered his mouth, Yi Xian became a little wild and unrestrained. There was also a hint of loneliness and desolation. "Brother Bai, if it weren't for the inverse immortal array diagram that you refined for me, I'm afraid my soul would have dispersed. Although you have passed away, Yi Xian will never dare to forget your kindness." The wine jars were turned upside down. As the wine entered his mouth, Yi Xian's eyes were in a trance. It was as if he saw Lu Bai smiling at him. "Brother Bai, after 6,500 years, I finally stepped into the Daluo Jingxian. I even killed the Jade Emperor with my own hands. Not only did I take his position as Celestial Emperor, I also wanted to suppress the three realms and reach the peak." As he drank more and more wine, Yi Xian seemed to be really drunk. His eyes became more and more blurry. This was because he had no friends in this world. Lu Bai was his only friend. Only in front of Lu Bai's tomb could he confide in him what he wanted to say. "Brother Bai, I once told you that when I became a saint, I would reverse the reincarnation of time and space and let you reappear in this world. I have never forgotten this oath." Yi Xian reeked of wine, but his voice was extremely solemn. A wisp of mist flashed across his blurry eyes. The sun rose and the moon set. The stars moved. The sun rose from the east and set in the west. 7 days and 7 nights had passed. Yi Xian didn't know how much wine he had drunk. The wine jars on the ground were in a mess. He kept murmuring, as if Lu Bai was right beside him, listening to him narrate the various experiences of 6,500 years. Chapter 513. 6,500 years. To Yi Xian, this was an extremely terrifying word. It was also an extremely long process. During these 6,500 years, he was either slaughtering or cultivating in seclusion every day. He did all of this so that he would not be trampled under the feet of others. He wanted to be above all others. Yi Xian was determined and extremely shrewd. His methods were cruel and tyrannical. However, he was also a human. There were times when he was tired and had many things on his mind that he wanted to talk to someone about. Whether it was in the Earth Immortal realm or the human realm, Yi Xian did not even have a close friend, let alone a lover. Lu Bai. He was the only friend that Yi Xian acknowledged. However, Lu Bai was no longer in this world. Back when Yi Xian refined the inverse immortal array diagram, Lu Bai's soul dissipated between heaven and earth. This was also one of Yi Xian's greatest regrets in his life. In this valley, Yi Xian's heart was very peaceful in front of Lu Bai's grave. He was also very relaxed. He was so relaxed that he had drunk a lot of wine and talked a lot. He just leaned against Lu Bai's grave and slept peacefully. Fatso Huang, Gu Beichen, Shui Jie, and a dozen or so members of the Mansion of the Dead stood in the distance. They were divided into 8 directions to guard this valley. They did not want anyone or anything to disturb Yi Xian. Everyone became very quiet, hoping that Yi Xian could sleep a little longer. Fatso Huang and the others had followed Yi Xian and witnessed the first half of Yi Xian's life. Although they did not know what Yi Xian had experienced in the Earth Immortal realm, they could guess that Yi Xian must have experienced a lot of hardships along the way. In Yi Xian's dream, it was as if he had returned to his childhood. He remembered too many joys and sorrows, bitterness, sweetness, and even hot-bloodedness. Yi Xian slept for half a year. During this time, he did not speak or move. Only his deep breathing proved that he was indeed in a dream. One day, half a year later, the sun rose from the east. Golden sunlight shone on this valley and reflected in Yi Xian's eyes. Yi Xian's eyelids moved slightly and then slowly opened. His eyes were slightly misty. However, as time passed, the confusion in his eyes gradually disappeared. His eyes became increasingly cold and indifferent. The languid aura around him also disappeared and was replaced by an unimaginably intimidating force. Rumble. It was as if thunder from the 9 heavens was exploding, as if the long river of stars was trembling. The wind and clouds in this area were changing, the violent winds were howling, and the void was collapsing. When Yi Xian slowly stood up from the ground, it was as if time and space had been frozen. Eternal golden millet is like a dream. I only know when I wake up today. Yi Xian said in a hoarse voice. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He took a deep look at Lu Bai's grave and then strolled out of the valley without any reluctance. Sir. Fatso Huang and the others bowed. Let's go. A simple word came out of Yi Xian's mouth. He took a step forward and soared into the sky. Fatso Huang and the others quickly followed. Sir, where are we going? Gu Beichen asked loudly. The Earth Immortal World. Yi Xian smiled. The dazzling radiance on his face was too frightening. It was as if he was the only one in the world. The aura of a celestial emperor rippled out from him. Yi Xian and the others walked through the mountains and rivers. They walked through the barren desert. Yi Xian did not return to the Earth Immortal World directly. Instead, he led Fatso Huang and the others around the entire Earth Immortal World. It was as if he was looking for something. Yi Xian was speechless. They walked around the Earth Immortal World. Fatso Huang and the others did not ask for the reason. This was because they knew that Yi Xian always had his own reasons for doing things. Yi Xian would naturally tell them what he needed to tell them. If Yi Xian did not want to tell them, it would be foolish of them to ask. Half a year later. Heartbreak Mountain. Heartbreak Mountain used to be the place where Yi Xian lived when he was young. This was because there was a blood sea battlefield in Heartbreak Mountain. Yuanling taught him here for 4 years, turning him from a weak young man into an immortal cultivator in the tribulation stage. Things remained the same, but people had changed. The mountains and rivers were destroyed. When Yi Xian returned to this place, Heartbreak Mountain no longer existed. It had been reduced to ashes during his battle with Yuanling. The Blood Sea battlefield had also been destroyed and dissipated. The only thing left was the reverse passage to the Earth Immortal World. The reverse passage was open. Astral winds, thunder, and fire were looming. To enter the Earth Immortal World through the reverse passage, one had to be at least at the level of a celestial immortal. Otherwise, entering the reverse passage with a mortal body would only result in the destruction of one's soul. The dark door glowed slowly. Yi Xian stood in front of the reverse passage. Fatso Huang and the others stood on his left and right. What surprised them was that Yi Xian did not enter the reverse passage. Instead, he looked around and his expression gradually became serious. Sir, you. Because Yi Xian did not speak or move, he must be thinking about something. This made Fatso Huang probe softly. The human world is the ancestral land that raised me. However, the human world is too weak. If someone were to find out that I walked out of the human world, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Yi Xian softly said. When he opened and closed his eyes, a trace of decisiveness flashed through them. Fatso Huang and the others were slightly stunned when they heard Yi Xian's words. Then, they nodded. Just as Yi Xian said, the human world was too small compared to the Earth Immortal world. It was not an exaggeration to call it a drop in the ocean. The most important problem was that there were no immortals in the human world except for them. If any celestial immortal from the Earth Immortal world entered the human world, it would definitely cause a great turmoil. This was also something that Fatso Huang and the others did not want to see. However, when they heard Yi Xian's words, they were not stupid. Naturally, they guessed that Yi Xian definitely wanted to do something. After all, Yi Xian would never leave any hidden dangers for himself. Sir, you mean? Shui Jie asked softly. Have you heard of the Sumera Heaven and Earth, the universal palm technique? Suddenly, Yi Xian lightly smiled as he turned around to look at everyone. However, his smile was extremely unfathomable, causing everyone to suffocate as if something huge was about to happen. Sir, what is the Sumera Heaven and Earth, the universal palm technique? Gu Beichen asked. Yi Xian strolled in the void. The aura around him gradually became stronger. An unfathomable power rose around him, causing the entire human world to shake slightly. There is a sage to be in the Earth Immortal world. His name is Immortal Zhen Yuan. He is also known as the ancestor of Earth Immortals. Legend has it that this Immortal Zhen Yuan's specialty is the universal palm technique. The so-called universal palm technique contains heaven and earth. It can swallow heaven and earth and form a world of its own. It can evolve the laws of heaven and earth. Even Daoyuo Jingxian would die if he was sucked into the universal palm technique. Even a sage-to-be is extremely wary of this Tong Tian technique. Chapter 5:14. Yi Xian spoke tirelessly as if he was telling a secret. Because Yuan Ling had once recorded the famous figures of the three realms in the immortal scripture, the ancestor of the Earth Immortals, the great Immortal Zhen Yuan, was naturally included. Sir, you mean? Hearing Yi Xian's words, everyone was surprised. They had already vaguely guessed Yi Xian's thoughts. Yi Xian could completely sense the shock in everyone's hearts. This also made him smile slightly, and his expression became even more solemn. If you want to hide the human world and not be discovered by the people of the Earth Immortal world, then the only way is to completely refine the human world for your own use. Only in this way can the existence of the human world not be discovered by others. Yi Xian smiled. Sir, could it be that you know the great Immortal Zhen Yuan's heaven and earth sleeve technique? Shui Ji exclaimed, and her expression became somewhat excited. If Yi Xian really knew the heaven and earth sleeve technique and took the human world into his hands, then they could return to the human world at any time without worrying about it being discovered. However, when this thought appeared in everyone's hearts, everyone looked at Yi Xian with extreme shock. Because although the human world was not big, it was still a world. Even if Yi Xian had become an immortal for thousands of years, how could he take a world into his hands? The heaven and earth sleeve technique is a unique technique of the great Immortal Zhen Yuan. Even Emperor Ziwei was not taught it, so how could I know such a great Tong Tian technique? Yi Xian paused for a moment before continuing, although I don't know the heaven and earth sleeve technique, there is a secret technique in my cultivation method that has the same effect as the heaven and earth sleeve technique. This technique is called heaven devouring. As Yi Xian's words fell, his body bloomed with an extremely terrifying light. This was not the great Luo immortal light, but an extremely dark light. This light was mysterious and deep, and it could make people feel as if their souls were about to be sucked in at a glance. Rumble. The heavens and earth exploded as thunderclouds filled the sky. When Yi Xian revealed his unfathomable aura, the entire human world distorted, and the will of the heavens and earth that had been suppressed by Yi Xian all this time appeared. All of you, leave. Yi Xian abruptly turned his head and coldly said. This also caused the expressions of Fatso Huang and the others to change slightly. They knew that Yi Xian was about to take action and that something extremely terrifying would definitely happen. This also caused them to quickly flee into the distance. Whine. The firmament trembled. Thunder and lightning destroyed the world. Celestial annihilation thunder, celestial fusion fire, and extremely terrifying worldly laws fell towards Yi Xian. The firmament distorted as an extremely ferocious face appeared in the firmament. The human world was a place of exile. It evolved the worldly laws on its own, and it could be said to be a miniature world that was independent of the Earth immortal world. Although the human world was not large, it was still a world with the will of the world operating within it. At this moment, Yi Xian wanted to refine the human world. Even though the will of the world was suppressed by him, how could it submit to Yi Xian? The will of the world was a type of operating law. If Yi Xian wanted to refine the human world, he had to subdue the will of the world. Even though he was the Daoyuo Jingxian, suppressing the world was still extremely difficult. Heaven devouring. The heaven-devouring secret art was an extremely profound secret art from the forbidden section of the undying immortal scripture, and it possessed unfathomable might. This art did not belong to the three dimensions, nor was it restrained by the worldly laws. It was even on par with Grand Immortal Zhen Yuan's universe creator. Rumble. The will of the world was furious and indignant. Although the will of the world was only a type of power of law, when it sensed the threat posed by Yi Xian, it directly displayed an extremely terrifying power, wanting to destroy Yi Xian between heaven and earth. Unfortunately, whether it was the immortal annihilating divine thunder, the divine fusion heavenly fire, or the endless worldly laws that bombarded Yi Xian, these attacks could not cause any harm to Yi Xian at all. Suppress. Yi Xian formed a seal with both hands, and the heaven-devouring secret art was displayed violently. Endless black fog burst out from Yi Xian's body, and the worldly laws were all annihilated. Its terrifying power was simply appalling. Rumble. The darkness was boundless, and it was like an illusion. The heaven-devouring secret art was too terrifying and mysterious. The ferocious face formed by the will of the world quickly dissipated, and the boundless darkness spread to the entire human world with Yi Xian as the center. At this moment, the souls of all living things trembled. In just an instant, the entire human world was completely shrouded in darkness. A soul-shaking power was born, and it also made all living things tremble from the bottom of their hearts. Heaven-devouring earth, infinite power. Above the sky, between heaven and earth, Yi Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind, and his black clothes rustled. His entire body seemed to have turned into a black vortex that was gradually devouring the will of the world. In fact, no one knew that Yi Xian wanted to refine the entire human world. It seemed like he wanted to hide it from the people of the earth immortal world, but in fact, Yi Xian's biggest goal was to control the entire human world. The heaven-devouring secret art had another name, and it was called the Primordial Realm Secret Art. What was the Primordial Realm Secret Art? Yuan represented one. There was a saying in Taoism that all things came from one. It was said that Tao gave birth to one gave birth to two, and two gave birth to all things. To put it simply, Yuan represented chaos. Chaos was created as one, heaven and earth were born as two, and heaven and earth gave birth to all things as three. This was the philosophy and thinking of Taoism. This secret technique of the Yuan realm was not a technique of the three realms. It was suspected to be a technique from chaos, and it was recorded in the forbidden section of the immortal scripture. It was an extremely profound secret technique. To be honest, Yi Xian's cultivation of this secret technique was only at the beginning. However, with his current cultivation, refining a small human world was still within the scope of his ability. Time passed little by little. Large amounts of sweat appeared on Yi Xian's forehead, and the black fog around him became denser. Obviously, even if he was the Daoyuo Jingxian and walked the path of proving his Dao through strength, it was not that easy to refine the human world. If it was the Daoyuo Jingxian at the third watershed, even if he had cultivated the heaven-devouring secret technique, he would not have been able to refine the human world for his own use. This was because the bodies of immortals were weak and could not withstand the strange power of the heaven-devouring secret technique. However, Yi Xian was different. He walked the path of proving his Dao through strength and becoming a saint. The combination of the indestructible origin spirit and the origin immortal physique was not as simple as 1 plus 1. It was an extremely terrifying power that allowed him to use the heaven-devouring secret technique. To put it bluntly, the strongest secret techniques in the forbidden section of the immortal scripture were prepared for those who use strength to prove their Dao. Only Yi Xian could use them. Time slowly passed as boundless darkness engulfed the human world. The will of the world was being obliterated inch by inch. A wave of understanding gradually appeared in Yi Xian's origin spirit. After a month had passed, the will of the heavens and earth had completely dissipated. The laws of heaven and earth in the entire human world surged out, but these laws of heaven and earth were controlled by Yi Xian, as if Yi Xian had become the master of these laws of heaven and earth. Chapter 5:15. Refining the mortal realm for his own use was Yi Xian's true objective. The mortal realm was too weak and useless to Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian had a vague feeling that refining the mortal realm would be of great use to him in the future. As for what use it would be, Yi Xian couldn't predict it now. However, the mortal realm was very important to him, and this premonition was very strong. This was also the reason why Yi Xian wanted to control the mortal realm. Buzz. Time seemed to stop, space seemed to be frozen, and the boundless darkness had already disappeared. Only a wisp of understanding appeared in Yi Xian's mind, and the corners of his mouth curled into a strange smile. Night. In the sky, Yi Xian pointed a finger at the sky, and an extremely shocking thing happened. The sky changed. The clear sky turned into a night sky. The sky was filled with twinkling stars, and there was even a great moon pouring down its night light. With just a thought, the day of the mortal realm turned into night. Sun rises and moon sets. When Yi Xian's voice resounded throughout the mortal realm, the moon slowly set, and a rising sun rose from the east. The night sky actually turned into day again. Wind comes. Violent winds howled in the world, and the entire mortal realm was swept up by a violent gale. Rain comes. Whoosh, whoosh. Torrential rain whistled down, and the entire mortal realm was watered by the boundless rain. This miraculous scene was too shocking, and it was simply unbelievable. In the sky, Yi Xian stretched out his arms and bathed in the boundless rain. There was a trace of intoxication on his face. This was because the entire mortal realm had been refined by him, and he could use the mortal realm with just a thought. To put it bluntly, when Yi Xian executed the heaven-devouring secret technique, the will of the world in the mortal realm was obliterated by him. Yi Xian directly replaced the will of the world, and he also completely controlled the entire mortal realm. The rain stopped, and the sun rose. The entire mortal realm regained its tranquility. However, the phenomenon of the world caused by Yi Xian's will just now caused the living beings in the mortal realm to be extremely terrified. Sir. Fatso Huang and the others whistled over. Everyone was excited because they had just seen an unimaginable miracle. Although they didn't know what Yi Xian had done, they knew that the phenomenon of the world was caused by Yi Xian when they saw the intoxicated look on Yi Xian's face. With the mortal realm in my hands, I'm relieved. Yi Xian revealed a smile. He pointed out a finger and the door to the reverse path opened wide. When he took a step out, he also entered the reverse path. This also caused Fatty Huang and the others to quickly follow. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement. Fatso Huang and the others knew that they were about to enter the legendary Earth Immortal realm. From then on, they would follow Yi Xian for thousands of years. In the retrograde passage, Yi Xian was strolling forward amidst the wind, thunder, and fire for thousands of miles. Fatso Huang and the others were extremely excited, but they didn't ask Yi Xian about the situation in the Earth Immortal realm. Of course, Fatso Huang and the others didn't know that Yi Xian was the master of the three realms. They also didn't know that Mr. Yi, who they used to follow, was a celestial emperor. Buzz. The void rippled as they entered the Earth Immortal realm. Spiritual chi that filled the sky and earth rushed towards them. It was definitely not something the small mortal realm could compare to. This also made Fatso Huang and the others intoxicated. Their cultivation levels were rising steadily, and they stepped into the mid-stage of the celestial immortal realm in one fell swoop. Withdraw. Yi Xian's body emitted a large amount of celestial light. He formed a strange celestial art with his palms and fingers and instantly turned the retrograde passage into a 3-inch door. Then, he directly put it into the Sumera space. From then on, other than Yi Xian who could open the retrograde passage into the mortal realm, no other living beings would know about the existence of the mortal realm. The entire mortal realm had completely become Yi Xian's private property. The mortal realm had always been Yi Xian's hidden danger. This time, he had finally eliminated this hidden danger. This also made him feel extremely relieved. A smile also appeared on the corner of his mouth. Let's go. The sea was wide, and the sky was wide, and the sky was wide, and the sky was wide. Yi Xian took a step forward and directly headed for the 33rd heaven celestial court. This also made Fatso Huang and the others quickly follow. This was because they believed that as long as they followed Yi Xian, no matter what enemy they faced, they wouldn't hesitate to die. The 33rd heaven of the celestial court. Thump, thump, thump. The celestial court's war drums beat as winds and clouds gathered from all directions. When Yi Xian brought Fatso Huang and the others to the southern celestial gate, the 4 heavenly kings were shocked and hurriedly bowed. Celestial Emperor. The 4 heavenly kings bowed. They were all immortals of the Chan sect and could be said to be extremely domineering in the celestial court. However, since Yi Xian ascended to the throne, these immortals of the Chan sect didn't have an easy time. The current celestial court was no longer the same as when the Jade Emperor was still on the throne. Just look at the immortals of the celestial court. Which one of them wasn't infamous in the 3 realms? The immortals of the Jia sect and the Grand Luo immortals were by his side. Various ferocious demons were gathered under Yi Xian's command, and although there weren't many of them, their friends were all Daoyuo Jingxian. The 36 stars of the heavenly spirit, the 72 earthly fiends, the 28 mansions of the heavenly cycle, 100,000 celestial river navy, 1,000,000 celestial generals, various Grand Luo immortals, and 12 inspector heavenly ambassadors. There were also mighty figures recruited by Yi Xian to take up various positions. The forces under Yi Xian's command alone weren't inferior to any other orthodoxy. Moreover, Yi Xian held the title of Celestial Emperor and was nominally the ruler of the 3 realms. Prepare for the numinous sky hall. Yi Xian strolled through the southern celestial gate with his hands behind his back. His body bloomed with misty immortal light, and when the light dissipated, the Celestial Emperor battle robe was donned on him. The black and gold patterns were extremely dazzling, and a surge of the Celestial Emperor's might radiated from him. As you command, Celestial Emperor. The 4 heavenly kings bowed with reverence in their eyes. They even ordered the yellow-scarf strongmen to blow the celestial court's horn, telling the immortals of the celestial court to head to the numinous sky hall for a meeting. Fatso Huang and the others were flabbergasted by this scene. They looked at Yi Xian's back in a daze, but all of them clenched their fists and tried their best to control their excitement. Although Fatso Huang and the others had just become Earth Immortals, they knew the name of the Celestial Court and the weight of the two words, Celestial Emperor. However, none of them expected that Yi Xian would make such a name for himself in the Earth Immortal realm after more than 6,000 years, and that he was now the ruler of the three realms. "Quick, keep up with the Sir," Fatso Huang said with a trembling voice. "Everyone, don't call him that. This place is not like the mortal realm. Uncle Master is now the Celestial Emperor. To avoid arousing suspicion, we have to call him Celestial Emperor as well." Xue Jie hurriedly transmitted her voice to the others. This also caused Fatso Huang and the others to come to their senses. They nodded solemnly and followed Yi Xian on their immortal clouds. The 33 levels of the Celestial Court were incomparably beautiful. Immortal clouds surged, and the immortal palaces floating in the 33 levels of heaven were an eye-opener for Fatso Huang and the others. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.